Oreo. Okay.
There you go.
Hello. This is Oreo. Look at how cute he is. So this is a piece of keto homemade Erica chocolate. Erica's weird. She puts pretzel salt in chocolate.
Salted. Sea salt.
It's actual blasphemy right there. Thank you, Erica. That is absolutely amazing. Keto chocolate.
Use the fork, and that way you don't get your fingers dirty.
Oh, I got my right arm dirty the moment that I touched Oreo, Erica. Why don't we have a dedicated channel for the cat? We probably should. I think we're going to have a dedicated channel for the great, and then a dedicated channel for the cat. And then after a dedicated channel for the great and the cat, at that point, I think we'll just be done with me and board repair. I'll be deleted at that point. Oh my god. So I just saw the end of season 5 of House of Cards and the beginning of season 6 of House of Cards. I knew it was going to be shit because I know what happened to Kevin Spacey. So I stopped watching House of Cards in 2015 when business really started to pick up. So 2015-16 business started to pick up and I stopped watching House of Cards. And then I really was too busy with things going on in my life to get back to it. And then I started watching and I knew the transition from season 5 to season 6 was going to be shit. Like, I knew it. I knew it. But what they did, like, you managed to make a shittier plot line to your show than Game of Thrones season 7. I'm fucking pissed. Do you own any Tesla stock? No, I don't. Need a dedicated channel for the chair. Yeah, the chair, and then maybe the grate. I feel like such a spoiled schmuck eating my fucking keto chocolate with a fork, but I enjoy it. Thoughts on the nature of home surveillance systems? Have none. What's the best thing about Apple? They're willing to innovate, to be honest with you. Son of a... One sec. Piece of shit camera. One sec. This is a Sony a5100, and God forbid you use any fucking battery adapter besides the Sony one that's $87, and it dies constantly. Technical difficulty. Oh, you piece of absolute shit. Don't make me get another camera. Come on, it's 10 o'clock. Don't make me get another camera. Oreo, don't eat my chocolate. One moment. You absolute piece of shit. Oh, a little too zoomed in there. There we go. All right, there we go. Let's try this again. Yeah, the best thing about Apple, willingness to innovate. Like, they were one of the first companies to have an insanely long battery life in a laptop.
Robust.
Cool. Jesus Christ, that's loud. The M1, like the processor in the M1 is really cool. Even, again, is it soldered together shit? Yes. Difficult to repair? Yes. Screen crack easy? Yes. But really cool process. Like, they're willing to innovate in ways that a lot of other companies don't. And they're willing to try new stuff. Speaking of trying new things, Erica's salted keto chocolate. You have any good places to look for Asus panels by any chance? Asus doesn't make panels. Samsung, LG, Chime. Yeah, Samsung, LG, Chime, AU Optronics, Sharp, Toshiba. But yeah, Asus doesn't make panels. Thoughts on crypto? Consensual Ponzi scheme. I went to the doctors and came home with a diagnosis of shingles. WTF. I'm an idiot, so I know shingles as that stuff that you use on your house if you didn't build it with brick. No one can write final seasons anymore. Too rushed. Yes. Yo, House of Cards season 5 to 6, that was just bullshit. I knew it was going to suck. I knew it was going to suck because I knew that they couldn't have Kevin Spacey in season 6. But fuck, I didn't expect it to suck that bad. I just turned it off. When I saw what the transition was, oh, that's how you did it? Done. Like, I just turned it off immediately. Where is your signal? On the back of my car, I have a left one and a right one. I received about 6 A1181 MacBooks that have Windows 7 Pro installed with no passwords and won't go into Mac recovery mode. What do you recommend? I don't. An A1181 is a $15 computer, so I don't really have any recommendations, honestly. Enjoy it with Windows 7 before your fluorescent backlight dies. It's coming. Your inverter cable's dying soon as well. Do they have any go-to places for display panels and / or internal display cables? eBay. ScreenCountry.com often has stuff, but for the most part, our entire industry is based on dumpster diving. So, and the best place to dumpster dive is really going to depend on whether or not that dumpster is now the dumpster getting good stuff, or whether or not that place that you're shopping at is where the cool people are throwing their stuff away. Back in my day, it was ScreenCountry.com. Shouts out to Ilya at Screen Country for caring about his industry. How do you feel about YouTube? Would you prefer to use another platform? I use Library. I just don't live stream to it because I don't know how to do it with Restream. If you had the opportunity, would you move your business from New York City? If everybody here came to me one day and said, Lewis, honestly, we're sick and tired of New York City. We don't want to be here. Like, I know that I bought a house here. I know that I, had kids here or whatever, but we don't want to be here anymore, Lewis. If a majority of my staff came to me and said, we don't want to be in New York City, I'd make it happen like that. Like that. Literally snap of the fingers. But the reality is that most of them actually like it here. They want to be here. You mean any hints on where to look for MacBook batteries? You said you can't share where you buy. We have terrible luck with eBay or AliExpress. No. It's not because I don't want to. It's just I don't have a better answer than you. Like, if I have a good source for batteries, 6 months down the line, they'll go from being a good source for batteries to being a shitty source, and then I have to find a new one. So I don't have the holy grail answer to you. Like, everybody has terrible luck. And the problem is we can't buy new ones. We can't buy originals. We can only buy, we're not allowed to buy good ones. And again, like, I don't have a special, like, back in the day, I could have told you the name of the person I bought it from because everything I got was good. But there's this constant thing, and there's a constant churn where a trusted supplier of good stuff turns into somebody that's fired within 6 months to a year. Some of my favorite suppliers are people that I just wind up not even paying the bill on my final order because everything they send me is shit. And it's sad, but like, it's the reality. I don't have any special sources. It's just constantly staying on top of it, constantly sampling new people. How do you argue against manufacturers not willing to release schematics or diagrams when they make claims that doing so will result in their product getting turned into a knockoff? For Apple products, usually, how about this? Go to notebookschematics.com. Go to Venafix. Like, it's not that this company is going to knock off that company because the schematic was released. The reality is that they're all knocking off each other. They're all copying off each other, and that's why they don't want the schematics to be released, because they know that that's what's going to happen. If the argument is that if you have schematics made available that people are just going to knock off our products and will never be successful again, then why is it that Apple schematics get leaked year after year after year, but you never wind up with a product that looks and functions identically as a MacBook for half the price? Chocolate is toxic to cats if consumed in large enough quantities. Yo, if Oreo steals enough of my chocolate, then he fucking deserves it. But so far, he hasn't stolen any. He tried to eat one piece, and I'm like, Oreo? And then he ran away. I appreciate it, but he's not getting near my chocolate. Fuck that. It's my chocolate. I mean, there's more to creating a successful product than a schematic that says what the values of the resistors and capacitors in that product is. There's more to making a successful product than that. What kind of chocolate is that? It's good chocolate. Lewis, show us your armpit sweat. This is not OnlyFans, but there's no sweat because it's 55 degrees outside. You can't sweat in this weather. It's impossible. How have you been working out? For 17 years, and I'm still out of shape. Cheers. Favorite sandwich shop? Don't have one. They all closed. No, it's not, Lewis. Crypto is the future. I guess in that case, Ponzi schemes are the future. And I mean, if you look at the S&P 500, if you look at the dollar, if you look at housing, pretty much everything is a Ponzi scheme at this point. So I guess crypto being a Ponzi scheme just puts it together with it. Yeah, but being the future is not an argument against something being a Ponzi scheme. I said it's a Ponzi scheme. You said it's the future, which implies that a Ponzi scheme is the future. But most of the world at this point is a Ponzi scheme. Like everything's a Ponzi scheme. Except for this chocolate. This shit's good. Are you going to take apart the new MacBook Pros? I will, once someone brings it in for repair. But even when they do, I'm not really going to be happy because I'm not... Here's the thing. I don't get parts, schematics, or diagrams usually until a machine has been released for at least 1 to 3 years. So I don't give a fuck about the new MacBook Pros. I really don't. Because I'm not going to be able to actually do anything with them for a year or two. So I don't get excited and jerk off and fap with happiness every time Apple releases a new product. Because I don't really deal with that. I don't get... I'm not a product reviewer. I'm a repairman. And I can't really do shit with the products until they've been out for a year or two. Starting drone business, trying to get big clients, advice. Why are you focusing on getting big clients? If you're just starting out a business, you should be focused on getting anybody. So figure out... Well, the first thing is, are you starting a drone business because there's a need for it? Or are you starting it because you just said... Somebody said, what do you want to do? And you said, I like drones. I like flying drones, so I want to start a drone business. If it's the former, which is you're doing something because you see there's a need in the marketplace for it, you'll do very well. And you'll find your customers. You'll figure out what it is they need, and you'll do well. If you're starting a drone business because you want to start one... Listen, man, my cat is not getting any chocolate. He's not getting any chocolate. If he tries to steal my chocolate, he has a lot more toxicity to fear for me than the fucking chocolate. But he's not taking any of my chocolate. So I appreciate the concern, but nobody in this household besides me is eating any of this. And if he tries, he'll have a lot more to worry about than this toxic... This is the chocolate. But back to the question. If you're saying, I want to start a drone business for the sake of starting a drone business, I'll be honest, you'll probably fail. If you're starting a drone business because you said to yourself, it seems like nobody's doing this particular thing, and it seems like people really want this thing. And when I tried to get this thing, I noticed that there was nobody offering it at a reasonable price. You'll probably be massively successful. Every time I've said, I want to do X just because I feel like doing X, I fail. But when I say I want to do X because, man, nobody really seems to be doing a good job of this. I don't even really want to do this, but why is nobody trying to do this? Why is everybody that wants to do this, that is offering this particular thing, saying it's going to start at $600, take 2 weeks, require a giant deposit, and treat me like shit? Maybe there's an in for me to do it. You'll do really well. So, are you really getting into whatever you're getting into because there's actually an opportunity? Or is it just you say that you want to do it because it's something you like, and it's a hobby, and you just figure you should make your profession your hobby? I mean, if you want to get clients, figure out what people's pain points are. Like, what companies suck the most at fixing drones? What are the companies that make the most popular drones? What are the most common things that go wrong with those drones? Where do the people congregate that talk about it? And can you advertise to those people's specific concerns and pain points? So if their specific pain point is, it takes 3 weeks for this particular repair. Well, why? Is because nobody stocks the part. Okay, then stock that particular part and then say, I can get this done in 30 minutes or less, or an hour or less, and I'll do it right in front of you. And match the price of somebody else. Sorry, bigger clients. I sell real estate photos from it. Oh. Okay, you're not fixing drones. I'm sorry. I'm being a repair person and immediately assuming that we're talking about fixing. You sell real estate photos from drones. Okay, that's honestly, I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I have no idea. You want to sell real estate photos. Okay, who buys real estate photos from drones? Make Oreo great again. Would you try Delaware? I've been to Delaware a few times. But I'm not incredibly interested in it. Maybe you should start a store in another city. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm getting old. I don't think I'd want to start from scratch, to be honest with you. I feel like the work that I did between 17 and 30 is kind of similar to the work a lot of people do between like 17 and 60. And I think I've got the wrinkles, the bags under my eyes, and the grays to show for it. I don't really know about starting from scratch. I need to make a rescission. A rescission? I purchased a watch for my wife in Christmas of 2017. The battery swept up and cased the screen to fall off. Should I get her a new watch or get it fixed? I don't get it. Chewing gum is more toxic to animals than chocolate. I'd be more scared of my pets getting xylitol in my gum than chocolate. I'm honestly not afraid of any of these things, to be quite honest with you. Like, I didn't cat-proof my house or anything like that. And my cats made it to 12 just fine. I appreciate it, but I think you guys are too concerned over the safety of my cats. Lewis, if you're with someone who doesn't want kids, how do you deal with that? What should I do? If you don't want kids as well, then be happy. If you want kids and they don't want kids, that seems like you fucked. I mean, don't try to... You can't change people with shit like that. And honestly, I don't even think you should be trying. With me, I try to figure out in the first... I go all in on the first date. Here are my thoughts on all of these different political issues that are occurring right now that are probably going to offend you if you're someone who disagrees with me. Here's what I want to do with my future. Here's how I built my business. Here's where I am now. Here's what my childhood was like. Here's what my family is like. Here's whether or not I want to have kids. Like, I get all this crap out in the first date. So if you're with someone that doesn't want to have kids and you consider it a problem, I can't really tell you what to do at this point. What I can tell you to do is stop trying to have a nice first date. Your first date is an interview. Like, put everything on the table. Here's my political views on every single hot button topic there is where somebody's going to be mad. Here's my salary. Here's where I plan to be in 5 or 10 years. Here's where I hope to be in 5 to 10 years. Here are the biggest mistakes I've made in my life. Here's my childhood. Here's what my family are like. Here are the people that I have as friends. Here's what I do for work. Here's what I want to, like... You're supposed to get the shit out in the first date. The first date is not supposed to be, hi, how are you? I like Netflix. I like Netflix too. You're pretty. You're pretty. Ah. Like, that's not a first date. That's bullshit. That's a total waste of time. You wasted your time on your first date, your second date, your third date, the rest of it, because you probably were afraid that if you said the wrong shit, that she wouldn't want to bang you, or vice versa. And now you're stuck in a relationship that you hate. And I don't really know what to tell you there. Where do you see yourself raising a family? I can't say where. I just know it's not here. I can't tell you where, though. Can you elaborate on how crypto is a Ponzi scheme? Because people are not buying in with the idea that this has a specific intrinsic value based on anything. They're buying based on the idea that they just want it to go up later. And the people that have it are just looking for someone to sell it to that will pay more for it. It's not like It's not like they think plug power is going to explode because they're going to do better at producing green energy. It's not like they're buying Exxon and because they think that oil is going to go up in price. It's not like they believe that Microsoft is going to get a new contract. They're buying a worthless token that they hope somebody else FOMOs into. And then the next person that FOMOs into it, that person's hoping that someone else will FOMO into it even more. And people keep using these terms like, there was this guy, I think his name is Michael Saylor or some shit. Like, I remember reading his Twitter, and it's something like, well, let me see if he still has this shit on his Twitter. I don't know if it was him or something else, but just the description, you can tell that it's just an absolute brainwashed cult. Bitcoin is a swarm of cyber hornets serving the goddess of wisdom, feeding on the fire of truth, exponentially growing ever smarter, faster, and stronger behind a wall of encrypted energy. This guy is sucking his own dick. This guy is jerking himself off to how excited he is, using a bunch of random nouns and adjectives that are positive and inspirational sounding without any idea of what the fuck any of this shit even means. And once I see people talking like that, you may get rich. Thank you very much, Fume Drummer. You may get rich. You may actually get rich doing it. But that doesn't mean that any of it actually makes sense. And like a lot of people are in a giant frenzy right now, and I think it's a consensual Ponzi scheme. I'm not saying that it's a scam. It's not a scam. It's a consensual Ponzi scheme that people are buying into. And like I can't. What I do is I try to go by the idea if something doesn't make sense to me, and you can't explain it to me in a manner where it makes sense, that I'm not putting my money in it. And I may lose out. I may lose out big time. And I can live with that. I don't want to put my money in a shit that don't make any fucking sense. And this doesn't make any sense to me. If you put money in it, I hope you get rich off of it. God bless you. I hope in the future world where I own nothing and am happy that you are my landlord, renting and leasing everything to me because you are a multi-billionaire and I'm a schmuck. I wish you the best of luck with it. I'm not going to laugh at you, but I'm not putting money into a fucking consensual Ponzi scheme. You have people that are millionaires and billionaires that have decades of business experience writing random stupid shit like that on Twitter where they sound like they're high on cocaine and just making shit up while they're like, I don't know, like on mushrooms or something. And MacBook Pro 2015-16, touch bar works fine. Keyboard backlit, keys work, screen black. Try to keyboard basis machine reset, no good. On a scale of 1 to mail it to you to fix. Thoughts? If it is a 15-inch, it could be a problem with the mux. If it's a 13-inch, you probably have. If you take your screen cable off, you may notice that 52 volts went to your CPU, and yoink, frisbee that shit. Technically fixable, but not economically viable in most cases. 15-inch, sure. I'm working in AASP. Fuck, this is 4 lines. What, if anything, do you think I may be in a position to do aid right to repair efforts? I'm upfront and honest about misconceptions, faults with Apple's repair process with my customers, and I don't. See, this is why you don't write 4 lines in that damn comment box. I can't talk that fast. How long do you give a new employee before you have to fire them? Longer than I should. Always longer than I should. And I like 99% of the time, almost every single time I've let someone go, I should have done it way sooner. I had the instinct to, and they said, wait, I need to learn, or wait, give me a moment, or wait, I can change, or wait, what if I do this, or wait, what if I have this tool? And like they never learns. Like people they either get it or they don't. They improve or they don't. And I've learned my lesson at this late stage in the game to stop giving people constant chances. When I've had this thing where I'm afraid of being an asshole. So I'll give people a bunch of chances even when I know that you're not going to work out because I don't want to be seen as the asshole. And I feel like the more chances I give you, the less that you can call me an asshole. But the reality is that when I keep you on, it's something that you fail at, and you know you're failing, and you're doing worse than everybody around you, and everybody around you is looking at you like, man, why are we working extra hard because you can't figure it out? Then I'm actually being a bigger asshole to you than if I just fire you in the beginning. But yeah, I have this thing where I become a giant pussy as a business owner because I don't want to be seen as an asshole to the person I'm firing, where I keep them on way too long. And it's something that I've learned as I've gotten older to not do. Why do you hate conical tips for soldering? Because they're cancer. They don't allow you to make as much contact. There's a bunch of open air space between the board and the cap on the resistor. I would rather have a flat tip where I know I'm making full contact with one side or another. I like making full contact, man. full contact. You can't get that with a conical. Back to the 5-line post from the AASP dude. That what you can do to support right to repair is be honest with the customer. Like, be honest. And don't do that lying by omission bullshit where you go, well, when they say, can this be fixed? And you go, not here. That's bullshit. Be honest. Can this be fixed? Honestly, yes. 90% chance someone qualified can fix it. We can't do it here. Give your customers honest answers. You can work for an Apple store and still be fully for right to repair and still be an ally here. But you have to be honest. Not that honest by omission bullshit. I mean actually honest. What kind of computer build, GPU, CPU to use for personal use? And for fuck's sake, with the Let's Go Brandon meme, that shit is so played out. Seriously, bro. It's like when people say Trump is a Nazi. It's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, Trump. Like when people first started saying Trump is a Nazi because he said something that was kind of mean, it's like, okay, fine. I kind of get why you're mad. I get it. Fine. Say he's a Nazi. And then, like, by 5 years into it, then when you like still see people screaming and it's like, yeah. That's what I think of this whole Let's Go Brandon thing. It's kind of like, yeah, like I get it. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was fucking funny. It was funny when that woman was trying to make it seem like they weren't saying fuck Joe Biden. It was hysterical and it deserved its time, and it genuinely deserved its time in the sun. But it's like, it's played out. It's so fucking played out. Like, it's kind of like when somebody's, when there was a joke in school and there's that kid that like 6 weeks later is still yelling the joke and then wondering why nobody's laughing at him. Like, that's how Let's Go Brandon feels to me. It's just not funny anymore. And like, I can almost tell which people have no originality by the people that are still saying that. Unload your baggage on a future girlfriend. It's not baggage, it's honesty. Like, why am I dating you? Seriously, why am I if I'm dating you just to fuck you, then fine. I don't have to tell you shit. If I'm dating you because I actually think, because what I want is a partner into the future, then I should figure out if you're a good partner. I should figure out if you're going to be a good partner and be compatible with me. And you should figure out as well if I'm going to be compatible with you. Here's who I am. Rather than waste 3 months of your life or 6 months of your life or a year of your life trying to figure out what I believe and who I am, I'll tell you who I am right now. And you tell me who you are right now. And if you're not willing to do that, then fine. Let me move on and go to somebody else. Or if you're not willing to tell me who you are, can we at least have a one-night stand then? Because, again, we're not going to have a relationship. I'm not going to spend a year trying to figure out who you are. Fuck that. I want to know who you are right now. I'll tell you who I am right now. Let's not waste time on each other if it's not going to work. If there's absolutely zero chance of anything working, then, like, what's the point? Again, to be clear, when it comes to dating, I am as Asperger's as it gets with it. I have no idea how any of it works. You probably shouldn't take relationship advice from me. Thank you for everything you've done for Right to Repair. Thank you. I don't think I deserve that, but I appreciate it. Like, again, you shouldn't be taking dating advice from me. But because I am as bad as I am when it comes to social interactions, at least when it comes to something intimate like a relationship, I want to know as much about you as I can in as short a time period as possible, and I will tell you as much, a lot of things about me, so that we can at least figure out, okay, do we have a chance to build something? Because I don't want to, how to put this? Trying to figure this out. Robust. Would you consider someone that sides with the principle of right to repair but purchases Apple Care a traitor? Not really. I mean, again, if it makes more economic sense for you to do that, then do it. I'm not saying that you need to use third-party repair. This is a really important question because I couldn't be against the premise of it more. Right to repair is about having the choice to use a third party. I'm not against you using Apple for your repair. I encourage you to use Apple for your repair if they're a better deal. There are many times where I direct customers to the Apple store when they can offer a better service than I can. Right to repair is not third-party repair or die. It's the choice for to have a third-party repair or die. But that's your choice, and I'm not going to take away your choice. If you use whoever you want, use who makes sense to you for a repair. I'm not going to shit on you for it. Oh, but the relationship thing. Have you ever rented a game from Blockbuster, like back in the day when they did CD rentals for PlayStation? When you ever rent a game from them, and you get to like the second to the last level, and the fucking CD is scratched, so you can't finish it right before the rental's done? That's what it feels like getting into a relationship with someone when you don't ask all these questions up front, when you don't figure out who they are. I don't want to be 4 months into a relationship with somebody, and then, no offense, again, I feel bad for the situation you're in, and trust me, I've made way stupider decisions in my life than you probably have, but I don't want you to be 4 months into a relationship and then ask some random dude that fixes motherboards and records real estate on YouTube, I'm with someone who doesn't want to have a kid, what do I do? Fuck. Because you should have figured that out on date number one. You should have figured that out on date number one. You shouldn't be asking me that at this point in the game. And, earn stock similar to crypto, betting on the success or image of a company instead of the success image of a crypto coin. I'm not seeing a big difference there. Well, a lot of companies make something. They produce something, like Exxon. They produce oil. They produce energy. They produce gasoline. What's the green energy companies? They might go meow meow. No, he's not going to meow meow, and he's not going to bob his head. He doesn't listen to the Gap Band as much as I do. Like they produce a product. Like when you buy Dogecoin, or when you buy when you buy Quant Stamp, like what is being produced? Like when you buy Litecoin, what do you like? Again, do you own a part of a company that's producing something? Do you own a part of a company that is producing homes? Thank you, Marco Gomez. Is producing food? Is producing energy? Is producing chipsets? I mean, you own something that kind of refers to itself. It's kind of like a dollar, where it's just, you believe it has worth because somebody else tells you it has worth, not because there's an intrinsic value based on your ability to use it. The only thing different from the dollar is that there's a limited amount that you can produce, but at the end of the day, it's still the whole concept of, like, again, if I'm stuck in a desert, what the fuck am I going to do with this shit? Words of the wise, YouTube takes 30% of super chats. Thank you to Susan W.
Robust.
Have you always liked cats? Are you opposed to kittens? I'm not opposed to kittens, and I much prefer kittens, but kittens turn into cats, and it's kind of frowned upon if you don't still love them anyway. Kathy Wood of ARK Investments says Bitcoin will tenfold in 5 years, which is 600K. Kathy Wood also YOLO'd into Palantir like a kid in fucking Wall Street Bets. GTFO. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. Crypto is just a currency not connected with any government. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense as a currency because it sucks as a currency. Asking for you for relationship advice like asking Dr. Phil how to repair the PP V3 hot bus. Kinda, yeah. What was it? Shit. For YouTube, this restream chat is not allowing me to scroll up. With a currency, I like the fact that I can. Here's the thing. How about this? A Pentium 2 with dial-up can send currency in 1997 faster than you could send Bitcoin to me with a quad-core Xeon and gigabit FiOS in 2021. So as a currency or a usable currency, it's shit. You don't have tons of money, correct?
Robust.
Jesus Lewis, promise me you won't keep this stream. I don't. The nomenclature around crypto is awful. Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin are all currencies, and I agree they have no inherent value. But Ethereum generates revenue. I can change sounds like my ex. Web3 is adding a lot of noise to Bitcoin's dominance. Yeah, Oreo ran away. All you have right now is Mr. Clinton. I have no idea where any of these things are going to wind up. Again, Bitcoin could be $1 million, Bitcoin could be $1. I have no idea, and I'm not making any claim to it because it's again, I'm taking the Austrian economic approach here, which is something is worth what somebody values it as, and I cannot tell you what people are going to value things as. Look at NFTs. Look at how people value NFTs. Look at Tesla's valuation. Look at housing valuations. Nothing makes sense in 2021 America, and I'm not expecting anything to make sense anytime soon. I'm simply saying it don't make sense to me, so I'm not tossing my money into it. What hot air station would you recommend? The Adden 862. I have conflict of interest because I sell it, but also, again, conflict of interest, I also use it for the store. Tips for approaching women and getting a girlfriend. You're asking the wrong fucking guy. Focus on yourself, focus on what you're doing, focus on your life, focus on your accomplishments, and in the process of trying to become a more successful person, in the process of chasing whatever your dreams are, the things you want to accomplish. I don't know what the fuck you want to do. Maybe you want to pass right to repair. Maybe you want to start a motherboard repair business. Maybe you want to, I don't know, clean up pollution in your on the city streets. Maybe you want to develop a new technology for electric car batteries. I have no idea what the fuck you want to do. But in the process of doing whatever you want to do, you're going to meet people. You're going to engage with people, and while you're in the process of doing that, you may meet someone that you find interesting. Go out into the world and try to do something. And while you're out there doing something, you're going to meet somebody. I don't personally subscribe to the idea of I'm going to go out there with the purpose of finding a woman. Would you do an interview with me, Kevin, on real estate? I have no idea what that would accomplish. I don't know what that would really accomplish, and I don't really consider myself to be an expert on real estate or even, again, what I do is I'm just, like I put up my camera and go, the city is empty and they still want $70K a space. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm not really like a real estate connoisseur or expert or anything like that. Let's see. I'm behind on chat by 9 minutes. I can tell that Red Haze is a salty prick. LOL. Rehot CPU bro and how do you try rice also played out jokes. Oh my god, yeah, Rehot CPU bro is an old one. Do you think stocks are different to crypto? I answered that one. Let's Go Randon has run its course. Thank you, Rob02150. Is your chair from Bob's Discount Furniture? Even worse, it's from Amazon. I've been blackpilled and no longer want to work. Fuck. Don't know what to say there. Ow, honesty with a future girlfriend. Yes, I know. It's a crazy.
Robust.
Cryptocurrencies reek of Ponzi scheme to me. Yeah. It's just the language so many people use about it. It's like they ascribe to it the repair for everything. It's like, it's not the fix to every single problem in the world. I think blockchain has a lot of really cool uses. I think there's a lot that will be done on blockchain that should be done on blockchain in the future that's not done on blockchain now. I'm excited about blockchain as a technology. I am not excited when I see people speculating on what the price of a random crypto coin is going to be next week that has no connection to reality.
Robust.
How to get a girlfriend, be tall, over 6 foot tall, have a handsome face, 15% body fat or lower, expect the girl to be 2 points below you in looks. Nah, not really. I think that's just something that incels tell themselves to make themselves feel better. Again, like, does that work? Yes, but that's like only a small portion of it. And then when I hear people say that, it's kind of like they're saying that to explain away why they shouldn't bother and why they shouldn't try. And don't get it twisted. I'm confident that the average woman out there that sees a 6 foot tall, like 5% body fat, muscular dude that does not have hair that looks like a hornet's nest is going to see me. Oh, fuck. One sec. You claim crypto is not valuable because it doesn't invest in any tangible entity. Would investing in a country's currency mean you invest in that country's government? Correct me if necessary. When you invest in a country's currency, you're investing in not just that country's government, but also that country's economy to some extent. And I'm not claiming that crypto is not valuable. It's as valuable as what somebody else believes it's valued at. And I believe that there are enough people who believe it's valuable based on other people believing it's valuable to make it valuable. I'm just saying that I personally find that to be a consensual Ponzi scheme more so than an investment strategy. Mr. Clinton looks happy. Good to see you guys, says Mandrake for $3.14 with pie. What's pie doing there? Right to repair is like saying, what? My body, my choice with the vaccine. I think the reason that so many anti-vaccine people get attracted to YouTube channels like this is something I discussed with Rich Rebuilds in an interview. You guys didn't get to see the spicier part of it unless you were a patron of his, apparently. I just realized that. I barely use Clubhouse. I've used it once, and that's it. Christian P. I don't. But is that there is a stroke of F you, I want to do what I want with my property, and I think that overlaps, that F you, I will fix my own property if I want to, even if I'm not supposed to, overlaps with F you, I will do what I want with my own body, even if I'm not supposed to. Like, there's an overlap there, and I think that's a big part of why you have so many people that are anti-vaccine in my comment sections, because on average, when you have a Venn diagram and you have overlap, it's the people that are going to be F you, I will do what I want with my own property, kind of overlap with the other. This is the first live stream I managed to watch. I'm in the UK, and with the time difference, it sucks, but hey, thanks for what you do. Thank you, Simon W. Thank you for the £5. What do banks produce? Bullshit and overdraft fees. This dude is Democrat, but he is fighting stuff that Democrats keep voting against. Who is this dude? This dude isn't me, is it? Have I given you an indication that I'm a...
Robust.
Oh, I get it. You're an NPC. Okay. You could say it's only incels, but the 2-point rule applies to everyone. You can get a girlfriend, not matter what you look like, but expect her to be 2 points below you. No, I was saying the idea that if you want to get a girlfriend, you need to be really tall, in amazing shape, and blah, 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 is, again, like, obviously being taller and sexier is going to help you, but there's more to it than that. And it's not even so much the fact or the idea of that as an objective fact that I object to. It's the attitude that tends to push that, or the defeatist attitude that tends to push that.
Robust.
Do you own stock? Consider directly registering with a transfer agent listed on your company's investor relations page to avoid short seller abuse of your shares. Not at this point in time. I owned stock last year. I did well last year. I got a little crazy with it this year. I did really well. And then I started to see this. And then, once I saw this start to happen, I started to realize, I thought I was smart because I was on this end of it. Nah, I'm going to jump off before I wind up over here. I've seen enough Wall Street bets lost porn to know where. Have you considered researching a potentially viable method of cracking into true wireless earbuds, or are they an entirely lost cause? I have never researched that because I never cared enough to figure out that my neighbor is listening to Justin Bieber. I don't know, like, I don't really give a shit what the people next to me are listening to, and I don't care enough about them to spy on their conversations. I feel bad because you donated $5, and thank you for that, but I don't, I don't really know what to say there. On estimate, how much closer are we to the collapse of modern society due to the pandemic? The pandemic is not why we're closer to the collapse of society. It's the response to the pandemic, and it's also the pandemic kind of It's the pandemic taking all of the area, all the fault lines in society where so many people are like, fuck it, I can't stand people that think like you, and just really just taking a wedge in there and just tossing some napalm and gasoline on it. It's not the pandemic. It's really the response to it, and admittedly how people have acted towards each other. Yeah, I think much closer. Longtime electrical engineer lurker, thanks for your videos. Hope the best for you in your life. Holy crap, that's $20. I'm not worth $20. Thank you, Sir David P. I really appreciate that. Crypto is the preferred method for criminal enterprises. I wouldn't shit on crypto just because criminals use it. I really don't like arguments that start that way. I don't like arguments that start with... well, this group agree. This group reads this paper. That's how you know that paper is bad. This group has this idea. That's how you. Or this group agrees with people that have that idea. That's how you know it's bad. Or this group uses it for something criminal. So that's how you know it's bad. Like it's a bad argument. And I don't want to crap on crypto just because criminals use it. Applied for 8 jobs and still have not heard back. If you're applying for jobs and you need a job, I want to find a way to refund you your $5. Unfortunately, YouTube Super Chat does not allow that. I appreciate it, and thank you very much. But if you're unemployed, don't use your money and put your money in your savings. Don't give it to me. Unless you're just getting a job as a hobby and you're already a multimillionaire, in which case I'll happily enjoy your $5. You're wrong. You could send many Bitcoin instantly. Oh, my God. I'm not even going to get into that one. I like that you and Steve Leto appeared in each other's YouTube shows about Right to Repair and Magnuson Moss Warranty. I subscribe to both. Thank you, Fube Drummer. I saw your video on nonprofit charities. Love that you showed the bank statement instead of most charities do. Show the balance sheet. I was wondering what you think of MISFA. MSF. Microsoft? Huh? Yeah, Steve Leto seems like a really cool guy. I have a lot of respect for Steve Leto. I wish him the best of luck in everything he's doing in life. And I wish him a lot of success as well. He seems like a good dude who's on the right side of a lot of issues.
Robust.
I like Steve Leto. I only spoke to him once, but he seems like a really good dude. He's one of those people that I would trust to pet Mr. Clinton. There's not a lot of people in the world I'd trust to pet Mr. Clinton, but I would trust Steve Leto to pet Mr. Clinton, and that's a high compliment from me. Thank you for the meow, Arizona operator. All money is fake. There's a good argument to be made that that's the case.
Robust.
Have you heard of Claros, a decentralized dispute resolution on blockchain? A crowdsourced jurors, a Mexican court recently enforced a Claros case. I have not heard of that. Decentralized dispute resolution. I think a dispute resolution service is really only as powerful as how much they have you by the balls. So, for instance, my credit card processor is influential over me because they have me by the balls because they have access to my bank account. The court system has me by the balls because the people who own the court system also own the prison system and the police and can use the police to put me in the prison system. I'm very curious what the dispute resolution system, how they would have you by the balls and how that would matter. I've always been interested in how things work and managed to fix some of them since I was little. When I started watching videos like yours, got me the motivation to work on my own electronics. That kind of makes me feel like I'm not wasting my time with what I did. And I did thank you, by the way, for Rocky Balboa for that. I did a olden style electronics repair video today on the main channel, and I had fun with it because I explained everything in detail and in depth, and I think I did a really good job explaining it in a way that just about anybody could understand again. And I kind of miss doing that. How'd you meet Erica, and how'd you become her boyfriend? I met her in Hawaii. I cannot tell you the specific moment that I became her boyfriend because that's going to be a really, really awkward and strange conversation. But yeah, she left a spicy YouTube comment. I'll leave it at that. The anti-jab types exist because they were never convinced that COVID-19 was a serious problem, and now are being forced to get a cure for it. Yeah, I think a big part of it is that the people that would tell me I need to get a vaccine were also the people that told me that I should shut down my business and that I'm killing old people if I go outside for a jog. So I kind of already really didn't like them. And my initial reaction was, I don't want to get the vaccine because the people telling me to get the vaccine were the people who told me, well, fuck my business, fuck my life, fuck everything. I'm killing people if I'm living my life in any way, shape, or form. There's no nuance, and I hated them, to be honest with you. But then I thought to myself, wait a second.
Robust.
I can answer that after this question because this one's more important. I'm sorry. I thank you for the $8. But then I thought to myself, wait a second. Why can't I just have my own opinion on the vaccine? Why is it that just because I hate you and you're telling me that I should get it, why am I going to make a decision based on hate rather than making it based on objective facts, evidence, and my own opinion? And I really noticed that a lot of the decisions that I make in my lizard brain based on whether or not I like or dislike the person who's telling it to me. Like Jessa would often tell me that, what she's realized over the course of her almost 50 years on Earth. Do your cats always get this? Oh, man, I really want to answer this question because it's a good one. No, they didn't get along, and Mr. Clinton tried to kill Barry for the first 6 months that they were here. I'm just going to type some notes to myself so I don't miss the good questions. One moment. I really noticed that a good amount of decisions that I made in my life, I would immediately kind of make them based on whether or not I liked or disliked the demeanor of the person who was telling me. And Jessa said over the course of her life, she would always notice that you're kind of within the first 30 seconds of meeting you, they decide what they think of you. And based on what they think of you, they'll either lean in to listen to what... Fuck, you really can't answer a good question. Are there any places in the U.S. that you're definitely not moving to besides California? Seattle. That part of Louisiana that's filled with all the pollution from all the oil companies where people get lots of cancer. Seattle, California. I forget the name of that part in Louisiana. It's that one section where you could get a house for like $17,000 there, but it's so filled with pollution that your water's going to taste like oil. I forget the name of it. But where was I? I don't think I'm allowed to answer good questions because another one will show up. What is the shit? I forget where I was. And now I'm about to fall off the treadmill entirely. Beyond right to repair, what features would you realistically want, like bootloader access and access binary drivers? I'd like the ability to unlock my bootloader, to be honest with you. I prefer open source software, even if it's not legislated. It is a preference. So what was I saying? The vaccine thing. Yeah, Jessa said that most people, they decide within the first 30 seconds of meeting you. Do I want to lean in and listen to what you have to say? Or am I going to distance myself because I don't really like you? And most people figure that out in 30 seconds, and then they wind up finding information that reinforces their initial desire to either lean in and listen to you or say, fuck you, I don't want anything to do with you. And I think that's how most people live their lives. And I really noticed that with myself. I wound up getting the vaccine in April, but like when it first came out, I thought, You know, you tried to call me evil because I wanted to keep my business open. Thank you, Basil. You put hate mail under my door. I got actual hate mail in March, April last year, like legit hate mail. I'm going to kill my employees and everybody. I had 2 people here get it. One of them got it while he was at home. He was okay after like 2 or 3 days. He had a mild cough and that was it. And the other guy had it, you know, he lost his sense of taste for a few days. And a year passed, and I'm like, do I really want to listen to the same people that said that to me? But there's more to it. Like, just because I don't like Cuomo and de Blasio doesn't mean I'm going to make medical decisions based on a dislike for them. And long-time watcher, I just want to say thanks for the entertaining content over the years. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that. So I just, you know, I get that that's why a lot of people are against it. I did not want to you know, my friend Mark, who works at iPad Rehab, his wife had a good saying, which is contrarianism is not a consistent philosophy, and it really isn't. If you just do the opposite of people that you if you just do the opposite of people that you dislike, I don't know. It's not giving you a choice though, jab or starve. Until they drag people out of my fucking store, they have given me a choice, and they have not done that yet. Gold standard question. So if crypto doesn't have value, what about the gold standard? Gold you can use for shit. Like again, gold, I don't know. The contacts on my XLR cable, gold, there's stuff you can use gold for. Admittedly, all the uses for it, fuck if I know, and that's probably, but it gets used on a lot of contacts and things. Like again, if you're buying XLR cables and you want to get the XLR connectors from Neutrik that have the gold plating on them, you can just get researching more on use cases of cryptos and their blockchains. The coin's value goes up based on their use in the blockchain's utility. That's not why 99% of people are buying it. 99% of the people buying cryptocurrency are buying it because they read about it, or their friend told them about it, or somebody told them they'll make money, so YOLO into this. Most people are like, they're pretending they know more about it than they are so that they feel good about YOLOing their money away into something that really. MSF equals Medicine Sans Frontier. Also, Lewis Food Review when. I will say that Erica makes the best keto chocolate that I've had in a long time, but also I have no idea what Medicine Sans Frontier is, and I don't know anything about medicine in general, so I don't know why you're asking me that. I appreciate it, though, but for the 10 euros, thank you. I'll take the 10 euros, but I don't have any idea on Medicine Sans Frontier.
Robust.
How is the house at Cliffside Park? I was visiting a friend who lives there. I wasn't looking at a house to move to. I'm not moving to Jersey. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. I'm not jumping out of the oven and into the frying pan, man. I like that you... Oh, no, that wasn't the idea.
Robust.
From Long Island and at college at UNC now, using info from your videos to explain to fellow students why Macs, such especially the lack display pug ground pin. Huh? Oh, thank you for the $5. To fellow students, why Macs such especially... Oh, suck! Okay, now I get... One letter changed the entire thing. Yes, the 52 volts to the CPU is lame. What has this channel turned into? This channel has been the same thing it has been for the last 9 years.
Robust.
Man rants at world. What has the audience changed into? I fixed my old MacBook and phone because of you. Thank you, Alex. And thank you for the $4.20. I hope you enjoy getting high. Which I imagine you do because you put the number 420 on the screen. Do you have any hope that real estate will be reasonable one day? No, not really. Real estate has always just gone up and up and up. And when you look at 2008, a lot of why it went down had to do with people being over leveraged. But now, lots of people are putting more money down now than ever. And a lot of the home buying is not people that are putting 1% down with adjustable rate mortgages. They are putting large down payments, fixed rate mortgages, and above all, the scariest part, buying all cash. So having a housing collapse is more likely when people are putting 3% down than when they are buying all cash. I don't see a housing collapse happening anytime soon when you have people just going in and buying all cash. I'd like one. It would be nice, but I wouldn't mind one. I don't own a home, and I'd like to own a home that's nicer than the one that I'm looking at buying. I wouldn't mind a housing crash. It's just when people are buying and paying all cash or putting lots down with fixed rate mortgages, don't see it. Claros' biggest flaw is the funds have to be in escrow, basically, but it allows a rough justice, but the Mexican court case was different. I will look into Claros. That sounds interesting.
Robust.
Society is sick. Lack of community and brotherhood, just empty virtue signaling. I guess it depends on what you consider society. If you consider society the neighbors and the friends that you have in the real world, I disagree. If you consider society Twitter and Facebook and comment sections on the internet, you're probably right. Try Philly, all the grid of New York City at half the price. Is it half the price? Because I've looked at Philadelphia and it ain't cheap. I love watching you eat chocolate.
Robust.
That's interesting. Are there any right to repair arguments you agree with? Yes, but you'll never hear it from a lobbyist because they have no balls. The best anti-right to repair argument in the world, and you should clip this if you have the time, is that in the United States of America, you have the right to be an asshole. You may not like it. It may not sound nice, but you have the right to be an asshole. That's part of freedom. I have the right to walk up to you in the middle of the street and say, I think you're ugly. There's no law that says I can't say you're ugly. There's no law saying that I can't cheat on my girlfriend. I can cheat on my girlfriend. Nobody's going to haul me off to jail. I'm not going to get a fine because in the United States of America, you have the right to be an asshole. And the right to be an asshole and freedom are intertwined with one another. I'm not saying everybody should go out there and be an asshole just because they appreciate freedom. I'm saying that if you appreciate freedom, the right to be an asshole is part of it. And anti-right to repair is the company's right to be an asshole. But you'll never hear that. That's the real reason. It's not about safety. It's not about security. It's not about people stealing designs. It's not about you getting hurt because you opened your phone and now you're going to get hurt. No, it's not about any of that. It's about the right to be an asshole. But you're never going to hear that because that's too true. And they don't have the balls. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yeah, I don't know if that's the area. I just remember reading about one area of Louisiana where you're much more likely to get cancer. The air is horrible all the time. People cough. The water tastes like shit. Like, I don't want to. And it just so happens that that's where all these oil refineries are. So if you had to pick some other currency to invest into other than the U.S. dollar, what would you use? Dude, don't ask me, man. All my investment decisions are universally shit. Like, my stock investments are shit. My ETFs, my ETF predictions, shit. My cryptocurrency predictions, shit. You don't ask me. Again, I'm just giving you a general principle. You guys asked me, what do you think of cryptocurrency? And I said, it looks like a consensual Ponzi scheme where people, again, like Michael Saylor, have these asinine bullshit pin tweets where they just sound like they're high. Do I know what's going to go up or down? I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. With all the printer BS going on, are there any good printer makers left? A lot of people keep commenting that Brother is the one that does the least of this. I'll be honest with you. How often do you guys need a printer? Like, seriously, how often do you need a printer? The only time I ever need a printer is when I download a tool that allows me to sign a PDF, and the person emails me back and says, man, we need you to actually print it out, sign it with a pen, and then scan it and send it back to us. So, for instance, New York State actually requires that. New York State is so shitty, you're a lucky dude, Simon. I actually mined Litecoin in the bathroom of my business in 2013. It was 4 Litecoin, and I lost the wallet. It went from being worth like $5 to like $200 or $300 a coin. I was pissed, but at the end, it is what it is. And thank you for the £2. What was I saying? Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. Next one. Let's see. Printing. Yes, like New York State actually requires for some documents you can't sign. Like, you can't sign the PDF and send it back to them digitally. Do you think the right to repair movement is more collective or segmented between industries? Example, automotive, technology, heavy equipment, etc. I think it's collective, but for legal purposes, it's segmented because the different industries have different needs, and politicians get scared anytime a bill is too broad. Don't ask me why, just they get scared when something's too broad. So when you make the bill narrower, and the bill is not just, and it's narrower, the opposition is narrower. So then it's easier to pick off the opposition. If you have the tractor lobby, the medical lobby, Apple, consumer electronics lobby, automotive lobby, all show up to your office the same day and say, fuck this, don't do this bill, the politicians get scared. But it's easier to fight off one group of lobbyists versus 5. But for the most part, we're advocating for just about the same thing. Why won't my A1369 with battery? Why won't my A1369 2011 with battery, but will without? Why won't my A1369 2011 with battery? I think you meant to put a verb there and it's missing, so I'm going to guess. Why won't my A1369 2011 turn on with battery but will without? And the answer to that is that PP Bus G3 Hot is what charges the battery. And fuck, God forbid I answer a fucking question. What's your take on sustainable smartphones, TerraCube, Fairphone, Shift? I like Fairphone. I just wish they would release schematics. I want to figure out why they don't, and I'd be happy to have them on for an interview. TerraCube, I've never heard of. Shift Sixum, I've never heard of before. And thank you for the $5. So the other question: if PP Bus G3 Hot is 18 volts, when you plug the battery in, the system's going to say, "Wait a second, we're trying to send 18 volts to the battery. Turn this shit down before the battery blows up." So if the top in the buck converter, you have the top. Son of a. How do you feel about the right to electronics recycling standard? Do you think OEMs, I've never heard of that, should have the right to dictate how to responsibly recycle their products? R2 compliance forced me to destroy a pile of functional 2019 MacBooks a few months ago. I've never heard of R2 recycling. Email me at lewis@rossmangroup.com so I could read up on it, but I've never heard of that before. I have no idea what R2 recycling is, and I would like to Google it, but I have to answer the last question, which I didn't finish, and I have to answer this one, which just showed up on the fucking screen. What are your thoughts on professional video devices locking hardware features behind a paywall? For example, paying $9,000 for 4K camera, but the video output is locked at 1080p unless you pay $1,000. I think that's their way of being efficient. They want to be able to charge more money for higher end, but the same chipset will do both. And making two chipsets is technically going to be more wasteful. Having to have two separate product lines, two supply chains, two separate chipsets is more wasteful than just having one chipset and unlocking features if you pay more money. But at the same time, like at a guttural level, it just pisses me off because it's like you sold the hardware and it's capable of this, but you don't get this unless you pay for it. I'd be the type of person that would probably be trying to crack it all day long. Thank you for the 99 cents. So back to this. A buck converter is going to have the top transistor and the bottom transistor, and they're going to be switching on and off all the time. If the bottom one is stuck and it is closed all the time, letting power through, you'll have a short to ground, and you'll have 0 volts on PP bus. If the top transistor gets stuck closed rather than switching, instead of it having pulses of 18 volts that turn into 8, the machine will be stuck with, thank you, AU Coburn, for the 790 mirrors. You'll have 18 volts going to the system. So I think that if you look at the U7000, which is the ISL 6259 chip in the schematic, what you'll find is that you will see on that circuit around fuse 7040 that PP bus G3 hot is 18 volts rather than 8 volts because the top transistor is stuck and it's shorted. And if that's the case, if the top transistor is stuck on, when you plug the battery in, it's going to try to send 18 volts to your battery. Now, your battery is an 8-volt battery. So what's going to happen when you send 18 volts to an 8-volt battery? Computer goes on fire. Your battery goes on fire. And your computer's keeping itself off to prevent that from happening. No, I am not moving to Europe. No. No, I'm not moving to Europe. I don't think so. I appreciate the five euros, but I don't see that in my future. So what you're most likely going to have to do is replace the top transistor, the bottom transistor, and the ISL 6259 all at the same time. Because if you only replace one without the other, then the one that survived is half alive, and it's going to wind up killing the good component that you put in there, and you just keep constantly repeating the process. So I would say, again, don't do it without testing. ISL 6259, top transistor, bottom transistor, and I do have a video from 2015 on how buck converters work and how when you're replacing the CPU V-Core buck converter, you should replace everything in one foul swoop. I only miss New York pizza, New York bagels, and my chunky cat. New York bagels I don't like bagels. Or pizza, honestly. Too much carbs. Far too many carbs. Which industries still make money in the United States? I don't know, lobbying, Google Ads, influencer, like real influencer that with sponsors, not this bullshit where you sit in a chair and yell at the sky. I don't know. Not a lot.
Robust.
How many years do you think it's okay for a startup to not make a profit? What percentage of startups do you think are zombies? I think probably 50 to 75%, I'd say, probably are zombies. There's something about, I don't know if it's just because I became an adult after 2009 when interest rates were super low, or if it's just something, or if it is actually the fact that interest rates are artificially kept low. But there just seems to be so many companies out there that operate on, fairy dust and wishes and hopes that don't actually have net profit. Yeah. Why don't you do TikToks on Right to Repair to get younger people involved? Because I don't know what TikTok is. I don't know. I know what TikTok is. I don't know how to use it. I don't know how to make content for that medium. It's not something that I do. I don't even know how to make YouTube comment. You know, people routinely tell me that you're not supposed to post 3 videos a day. But here I am with 1.6 million subscribers posting 3 videos a day. They say that you're supposed to make short edited videos, and I make videos that are 40 minutes long with no editing, and here I am. I don't really know how to make content for TikTok. I'm not a content creator in that sense. I'm a dude yelling at sky with camera turned on. Does ketchup belong in a bacon, egg, and cheese? Not really, but sometimes it can make it taste better. How long have you been in New York City? 33 years.
Robust.
I was promised Oreo. I was promised he would be a good cat, so we both got screwed. But you go in a boxing match with Linus. No, I bet Linus would probably kick my ass. I'm out of shape, man. I'm out of shape. Linus is swole. When you get a chance to try DDR5 RAM, will you consider testing how well DDR5 overclocks? No, I don't care about overclocking. I used to care about overclocking when you're not a real New Yorker because you're from Staten Island. You can gargle my balls and drown in the East River, you mofo. And take your $2 back with it. Where was I? The overclocking. Overclocking is kind of boring to me. I used to do a competitive thing when I was a teenager where the 20 or 30% actually mattered, but as an adult, the time that it takes to overclock is not worth it for the speed benefit. Australia is confiscating bank accounts of businesses for non-compliance with COVID. Brent, I don't know if that's true or not. And I would probably believe you more if you weren't still using the outdated and dumb Brandon meme. Again, at this point in the game, I have less respect for people when they're still using it. Again, it's just kind of like when I hear somebody saying like Trump is a Nazi over and over again. It's like, that's so 2017. It's 2021. Or like when people are saying like the Let's Go Brandon thing was so 2 months ago. It's just not funny anymore. I don't really know what's going on in Australia. I have minor investment in Australia because I care about Paul Daniels, and Paul Daniels is from Australia. Does pineapple belong on a pizza? I don't know, but pizza is mostly carbs, and excessive carbs don't belong in you, so you shouldn't concern yourself with that. I'm not a big fan of pineapple on pizza, but I'm also not a big fan of carbs.
Robust.
I love long format video. Your long format videos. Thank you, Necromancer, for the €2. Getting audited, you probably need a printer. Getting audited, my accountant needs a printer. So about right to repair. Being a counter argument to right to being an asshole, being a counter argument to right to repair. Would that being right to be an asshole is a counter argument to consumer protection laws in general? Yes, and I think that would actually be a better one than just making up safety concerns that don't exist. The argument on right to be an asshole at least has some basis in reality, whereas the argument that it's about safety is complete and utter bullshit. Thoughts on TikTok going from Charlie Brown danger meme to advertising during the World Series? I don't know what you mean by advertising during the World Series. I don't watch the World Series and I don't watch advertising. So those are two things that I don't take, that I just am not exposed to. I'm not exposed to advertising because I use ad block on almost everything and I don't watch traditional forms of media. And I'm not exposed to the World Series because I find watching other people play sports to be highly boring. I think the problem, but I appreciate, thank you very much for the $5. I think the problem-solving skills, regardless of whether you have a schematic or not, is a valuable skill and is a good investment. Thanks for helping others in this endeavor. I think the mindset that you use to fix boards is the mindset that you're going to use for a lot of other things in life. So I like the idea of other people, even if they're not doing it themselves, following along with me and trying to guess what the problem is and guess what's wrong and activate that part of their brain. I think a lot of America needs a kick in their ass to activate that part of their brain again. When are you going to get waves? Waves? I don't know. I don't live near a beach. There were waves when I went to Florida. I actually got my vaccine card in the ocean in Florida. I went swimming with it. I'm very surprised. That paper and the ink on it stood up really well.
Robust.
Out of laptop OEMs, which are the worst ones when it comes to right to repair and why? They're all pretty bad, honestly. I say that Apple is one of the worst ones simply because they do things before everybody else does that sets the tone in the industry. For instance, gluing the battery into the computer. Apple was one of the first popular ones to do it. Having the screen glued into the computer rather than screwed. Glued in. Apple. But like, it's not like the others are not far behind.
Robust.
You ever consider moving to Montana? If I was going to start fresh, I'd probably choose a state that doesn't have an income tax. Until, but I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I've never been there. I don't know what it's like. I don't know if I'd like it or not. I don't know if the people in Montana would like me or not like me. I don't really know how I'd get along with people there. What I liked about New Hampshire was, of all the states that I've been to, I got along with people. I just kind of clicked with people there more than I did with in other areas. You said in your trash pickup video, taking people to court for $300 is time-wasting misery for that paltry amount of money. Claro solves this BS. If I have to take time out of my day to figure out what Claros is and research how to take someone to court over Claros, I don't think that it solves it at all, honestly. So when I sit in front of the computer and I go, hey everybody, how's it going? Let's fix a MacBook today. And that 20 to 40 minutes, I'll produce $325. If I have to stop doing that so that I can figure out how that shit works, I lose. And with most businesses, by the time you're taking to somebody to court or anything over that amount of money, you have already lost. What's your opinion on the notch in the new MacBook? I don't give a fuck about notches, bezel sizes, how many millimeters anything is. I don't give a shit. You have me mistaken for like all those 90,000 other phone reviewer influencers that give a fuck about bezel size. I don't care. Like, I genuinely don't give a fuck. Notch, no notch, bezel, any of this shit. Like, it's literally the last thing that I look at or care about when I buy a device.
Robust.
Delaware, no sales tax. Save $2 in a $35 buy. Nah. No sales tax is not really a big one for me. Would you move to Buzzards Bay? No, I checked out Buzzards Bay while I was in Massachusetts, and it just seemed kind of dead. A slice of pizza once in a while, you could easily jog off, live a little. Yeah, but I don't. It's not amazing. Like, pizza is not exciting to me. It's not something that I particularly enjoy. It was something I was supposed to be answering, and I completely forgot what it was, and I'm gonna feel bad for not answering it. But I had something in my mind 30 seconds ago, and it just completely disappeared.
Robust.
Speaking of disappearing, look at this person that keeps copying and pasting the same thing. If I see it one more time, we time out. How'd you get good with electronics? Do you have a formal degree? I don't have a formal degree. I just spent 5 or 6 years being really bad with it. I got a free internship at Avatar Studios where I got to work alongside people who were the best in the business, who were willing to help me and teach me things in exchange for me cleaning the toilets and doing all the work nobody else wanted to do. I got to learn alongside some of the best technicians in the world, and I spent a lot of time, really a lot of time, banging my head against the wall, sucking at something. How do I get good at it? I was willing to suck at it for a really long period of time. That's because it was printed with an HP printer. I don't get it. I appreciate the $2, but I don't get it. Do you think the unvaccinated are second-class citizens? No, I think that they're people that have assessed their risk and decided that they don't feel like getting it, or people that are engaged in that really hate the people that wanted to lock down society, lock down the world, and control everything you do. And the way that they're expressing their disdain and their outrage at the tyranny over the past year and a half is by not getting a vaccine. I think it's cutting your nose to spite your face. I think it's going to prolong COVID, and I think it's kind of fucking sad, but it is what it is. I'm not going to call them second-class citizens because they're doing something that I personally disagree with and don't think is a great decision. What are your thoughts on marriage? You ever get married, kids? I don't know. Kids, maybe someday, but I still got to sort that out. There are certain things that I have to get solved in my life before I would feel comfortable having children. That is something that I don't want to talk about on a public YouTube channel, but there are certain prerequisites to me feeling I would be ready for children that I would like to be able to meet in my lifetime, but I don't think I have yet. And I forget the first part. Marriage. How do you feel about Kevin Samuels? I watched the Your Average at Best thing, and I thought it was kind of funny. And I watched the stream where he was talking to someone who thought that she should get alimony, even though she wasn't married to the guy, which I thought was kind of funny. And then after that, that was it, and I just kind of never watched him after that. I got a couple of laughs from listening to him talk to a woman who thought that she should get alimony even though they were not married, and that she should still get to live in a $3,000 or $4,000 a month loft even though she wasn't dating the guy anymore. I listened to that, and I did what most people do while they were listening to that video, which is laugh and say, thank God I don't have a relationship like that. Thank God I'm not the guy on the other end of that. And then I went on with my life and went on to doing something else. Marriage, I think if you're going to have a kid, it makes sense. If you're not at the point of having a kid, it's not something that I would particularly want to do. Can you please say we don't make mistakes, just happy little repairs? I don't want to rip off Bob Ross. It's kind of weird. I didn't know who Bob Ross was when I started doing my board repair videos. And a lot of people kept saying, you sound like Bob Ross. But I wasn't trying to rip off somebody else. I was just, fixing boards and being me. We don't make mistakes. We just make happy little repairs. But again, that's like I'm ripping off Bob Ross when I say that. With marriage, for me, it does, like, there's too much risk involved with marriage for me to be, for it to be an option for me at this point in my life. Like, I like my business. I really... Do you think the U.S. would concern if birth rates drop dramatically, it keeps going the things the way they're going? If Social Security is going to exist in the way that exists now, yes. If Social Security is not going to exist in the way it exists now, no. Because it was intended as an insult, quit Jock in me. That's why. It's not about caring about it. It's just... He intended it as an insult, which is why I told him to go fuck himself.
Robust.
These 4-line ones are almost impossible to read without them going off the screen first. I discovered your channel from New York Homeless Designer, watching psychology-related ones, including social anxiety, words and mindset of some related to the music degree student. Thank you very much for helping me more than my therapist did. Thank you. I actually started this channel because my therapist was asking me about Windows 8 drivers during my session that I was paying $200 an hour for. So I started just talking about the things I would talk about in therapy in my camera. I should send that therapist a thank you note, because this actually wound up benefiting me in life a lot more than seeing that shitty therapist did. I forget what I was talking about right before. Oh, marriage. Yeah, I mean, like, again, this any solid advice is I'm opening a repair shop late in the game. How long did it take for your business to kick off? Honestly, 3 or 4 months, but that was just because I was occupying a really specific niche. It took 3 years to get to a point where I was financially stable enough to be able to open a store or pay rent on something. But it kicked off pretty much within 3 to 6 months. Again, just find a niche. What is everybody else failing at doing? And then advertise to that specific niche. I think UBI could be an either amazing thing or an anvil around the neck of society. It could either be you ever hear the Pareto principle, which is this idea that a small percentage of the people involved in a particular, what's the word I'm looking for? The square root of the people involved in doing something are responsible for about 50% of the productive output. You really don't need a lot of people to do something for the world to be changed. You don't need a lot of people working to radically change the world. You just need that small percentage of people to actually do something. I've never been in Detroit, so I have no idea. I've never been to Michigan, honestly. The only thing I know about Michigan is avoid Gretchen Whitmer. And if you're in Walmart and they tell you to go in this aisle and not that one, go in that aisle just to fuck with Gretchen Whitmer. But I digress. I forgot what I was answering just there. It was a spicy question, and now I forget what it was. I really got to get a better system than this. There's one guy that keeps sending me something in Discord, but it looks intimidating to set up, so I never actually took the time to set it up because it looked intimidating, which would cue questions so that I wouldn't have to be on this hedonic treadmill. UBI. So UBI. So you don't need a lot of people to be working to radically change the world. I think there's a small number of people that make radical changes in society that really make things way more efficient for everybody. No, they don't, Sean. So I think that if you have that small percentage of people and you free them up to be able to pursue their hopes and dreams, that they may wind up changing the world in a radical way that they wouldn't if they were barely able to get by or, working the stockroom at Walgreens. In that case, UBI could be one of the best things that ever happened to humanity. Or it could cause a bunch of people to decide, fuck this, I'm not working, I'm going to sit home and play Dota and smoke weed and watch House of Cards reruns all day, in which case society goes to shit. I can't, now, what do you deliver? Save your money. Don't spend more than you make. Don't lease a nice car just because you want people to see that you have a nice car. Don't live in a luxury apartment for no reason. Be frugal. Get side jobs, and get a I don't know, side job, side hustle. Don't spend too much money. Live humbly. Don't have this mindset that I only make $20 an hour, and because I only make $20 an hour, there's a link to my chair in the description down below. Because I only make $20 an hour, there's absolutely no point in me even bothering saving money, so I might as well just YOLO and be happy in the moment. That's exactly the kind of mindset you're going to regret 10 years from now when you could have had $80,000 additional in the bank and you have $7,000 in credit card debt. Too many people that I've met and that I know over the course of my life get stuck in that. So with UBI, I think most people, when they're guessing, is this going to be something that changes the world in a good way? Because that small percentage of people that wind up changing the world now have the opportunity to do so, or something where the world is going to go to shit because nobody works. I think, depending on what side of the political spectrum you're on or what your temperamental leanings are, they tend to assume it's one way or the other. My temperamental leaning is a more conservative one, which is that it'll wind up with a bunch of people not doing jack shit and it being bad. But I don't know if that's correct. That's my temperamental leaning, but I'm not going to project that onto the world and say without any knowledge, evidence, or ability to see into the future that that's what's going to happen. I honestly have no idea what's going to happen with UBI, and I'm very curious. But I can't say what I think would happen. It's going to be one or the other. I don't think it's going to be something down the middle. It's either going to be amazing for humanity or a complete boondoggle on civilization. Do you think floating cities are the best way for humanity to survive their own excess? You mean Jetson style? Like Jetson style or something? I don't think you need a floating city. I think the ability to 3D print a home, once you can just kind of conjure up a home without having to deal with construction, fancy architects, city building codes, and having to pay for expensive materials, I think that's how you'll survive it. The ability to just produce insanely cheap housing that just goes from here to the moon. Sonny appears to be doing well, but I have not met him in person in over a month because I'm a shitty friend, but I'd like to soon. And thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan, and I hope you are doing well too. Yeah, I think UBI is either going to be something amazing because that Pareto principle group of people, the square root that produce 50% of the productive outcome, will now be empowered to do way more. We'll have more of that square root people, doing amazing shit that benefits society, or it'll be a complete boondoggle on civilization, a domino effect where nobody wants to do anything, nobody wants to work, hyperinflation, and a downfall of productive civilization. I have no idea which way it'll go. One or the other. Which one? I don't know. Insert your political bias here, and that's usually what most people do. Do you know anything about aviation repair manuals? It might be a good framework for how you proceed with right to repair. I don't know anything about aviation repair manuals because I've never tried to fix a plane. Just trying to fix my e-bike, I think I'm in over my head half the time. But I have heard a lot of people tell me about that. And thank you. What is the hardest repair job you've done, and how do you feel when you finished it? I think the hardest one that I did was this one machine where the PPBus G3 Hot or PPDCN G3 Hot was shorted to ground inside the board. So I cut it out of the board and I put wires around the board, and then I glued the transistor and then taped it onto the fan, and it actually fucking worked. That video, and I felt awesome after it. That video is on the channel. That board still works, by the way, 7 years later. It's Lewis Makes Short to Ground Inside Board, Humble Old Country Way. The video is from 2015. Lewis Makes Short to Grounds on Board, Humble Old Country Way. I would look it up, but in the time it takes me to look it up, another question will show up, and I will miss it, and then I'll be off the hedonic treadmill that I'm on now, and I don't like falling off the treadmill. If I fall off the treadmill, people will be mad. How old is Lewis? I look 32. I feel 52. I probably look 92. I am 32. Feel 52. Probably look 92.
Robust, robust, robust.
Snacks for cats. Thank you, Ian. That's very kind of you. When are you going to visit LA anytime soon? Oh, yeah, right. When are you going to visit a place with insanely busy traffic, standstill traffic, and overpriced housing everywhere? I can go outside if I want to see that, right? I don't got to travel 6 hours on a plane to the other side of the country if I want to, just check out dystopia. I can just go right outside my front door. The gray shirt looks like polyester and not cotton. Bad move. Incorrect. This is what I wind up sleeping in at the end of the day. So if I get a stain on my shirt, I will change it to this. The only time I really wear these shirts are to go to sleep, a run in the morning or something. I tend to prefer cotton to polyester. I'm not allergic to polyester, but this is kind of like a throwaway shirt for me now. I don't use these for normal wearing anymore. My God, calling it a bad move because I chose to wear a shirt that you don't like. What a little fucking know-it-all you are. What a little know-it-all you are. Let's see. Hi from Australia. Hello.
Robust, robust, robust.
What's your celebrity crush? Ruby Lewis from Cirque du Soleil. That should be obvious if anybody watched the streams the board repair streams earlier on. She played in the musical Paramore. Yeah, Ruby Lewis from Cirque du Soleil from the musical Paramore. That was my celebrity crush. I probably saw that show 3 times. I felt like I'm such a fucking simp, but it had good singing. But yeah, my celebrity crush is Ruby Lewis from Paramore. I forgot I even had that as a celebrity crush, to be honest with you. It's been a long time since I remember that.
Robust, robust, robust.
Have you read Rutger Bremen's book, Utopia for Realists? It analyzes a bunch of examples of UBI practiced on a small scale throughout history. I have not, but I'm adding that to my list because that actually sounds interesting. And I hope that while I'm adding it, something else doesn't show up on the screen because I want to have time to type this. Read Rutger Bregman, Utopia for Realists. I will add that. That actually sounds interesting. Thank you for recommending it to me.
Robust, robust, robust.
Have you read the book The Courage to be Disliked and your thoughts on Alderian psychology? Okay, if it sounds like a word that requires college to understand, assume that I don't know it. I feel bad when you spend $5 and your question kind of goes in the shitter. I have not read that book and I have no idea what Adlerian psychology is. Like, no clue whatsoever. Psychotherapeutic approach based on the work of the pioneer Alfred Adler. He sounds familiar, but I don't know. This is probably something I heard in a psychology class in high school. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. What's your honest opinion on hashtag Team C's? I have no idea what that is. Let me Google that. Let's see, I have time to Google that. Team C's is international collaborative fundraiser by YouTubers Mr. Beast and Mark Rober as a follow-up to Team Trees with the goal to remove 30,000 pounds of marine debris by the end of 2021. Hope he does something. God bless Mr. Beast for trying to actually do something good with his money. He seems like, I never met the guy in person, but he seems like a good dude. And if he's going to use the fact that he's getting rich off YouTube to actually do good for society and the world, then God bless him. I hope him the best of success with it. He seems like somebody who cares about the world and cares about people. When are you going to be back in Grove City? The next time I go to visit my dad.
Robust.
I really enjoy your New York City bike videos. Thank you, Al Capone. You make $20 an hour USD. What? I didn't say that. Why you type weird things in the chat for? Why are you trying to confuse me? I did not say that. Why do you give a huge pass to the left for what they have done to you and other New Yorkers? Ideologically possessed and highly charged question. You're not being specific. You're not stating a specific policy. You're not stating a specific politician. You're just that's just like wide-ranging political salt. If you shred polystyrene and mix it with cement, you can 3D print extremely cheap, lightweight, strong, and insulated concrete. But can you 3D print a building? When you can 3D print a building, housing prices will go down. Questions like, why do you give a huge pass to the left? Like, A, what do you mean by give a pass to? B, what have they done? C, like specifics, very, very specifics. Break it down, small pieces, and let's address it. But the way that that's written, overly general, ideologically possessed, charged language that really just gets nowhere. Years ago, you mentioned you wanted Linux to have a better audio streaming framework with plugins. It's here. I would recommend checking out Pipewire. I will check out Pipewire. It better not suck, though. If it sucks, I will demand a refund on my free software. Would you consider running for president? I have no desire to run for public office, because the reason people hate politicians is because they're seeking power over them. So instead of trying to build them up, people try to break them down. Why should you have power over me? I'm going to point out everything you've ever said or done in a bad light to try and bring you down because you're trying to have power over me. And I don't want to be under that spotlight, because under that spotlight I would get destroyed immediately. I missed the AKG microphone. Any plans on getting it working again? That's an Audio-Technica 4050, and that thing is dead. That is beyond dead. I am not getting it working again, and I'm frugal with a lot of things, except, like, I go overboard with shit. Like, I have a set of Vandersteen 3A speakers because I really wanted phase coherent speakers that don't have a body. Like, sometimes I go overboard on shit. But for like 99% of things in my life, I'm a cheapskate, and I'm frugal. So this microphone works. It's an Audio-Technica AE50-400. This uses, I think, the same capsule as the Audio-Technica 4050. And it sounds fairly good to me. You ever delete the video Apple always harassed you about? No, the name of that video was, let's see, Apple authorized Rossmann Group. What is the name of that video? How unauthorized. What's your favorite food, movie, and TV show? My favorite food is a burrito from Lucha Lucha, a non-existent burrito place. My favorite movie is probably Memento or 25th Hour with Ed Norton or Guy Pearce. It's either Dark Blue with Kurt Russell, 25th Hour with Ed Norton, or Memento with Guy Pearce. And favorite TV show, 24 with Jack Bauer. The video that Apple tried to get me to take down is the video that I just put in the YouTube chat down below. Excited to start working on boards. Just bought your soldering station and microscope. Going to work on stuff I know, like keyboards, before moving on to Macs. Cheers for your knowledge. That's a good idea. You're starting at a lower level with the hopes of graduating to a higher level. This means that you're more likely to be successful. What people will often do is they'll start at a high level, they'll fail, they'll become discouraged, and then they'll give up. Do you think the unvaxxed are being treated like second-class citizens? I think they're being treated like people that don't care about lowering the likelihood of transmitting a deadly disease. And in the process, I think they wind up getting treated like second-class citizens. Have you heard of the tech privacy YouTuber Rob Braxman and his de-Googled phones? I have not, but I will add that to the list of things to check out. Rob Braxman. What happened? What tipped the balance in favor of New Hampshire? Used to live on 23rd and 3rd years ago and regret stopping by. Keep up the right to repair. You must have been making bank back then, because that's an expensive area to live in. Thank you, Tritech. I liked New Hampshire because at the meetup that I did, I seemed to... How do I put this? Okay, A, it's commutable to New York City if I want to visit my current business. It's not like Tennessee or Florida where it's a flight or a day and a half ride. It's like I can be there, 3.5 to 4 hour car ride, so I can visit my current business. No state income tax, and the last. I've never seen King of Staten Island, and from the moment that I left Staten Island, I forgot it existed and pretended I wasn't from there. But thank you for the question. And when it comes to New Hampshire, when you're in the lunchroom when you're like 13 to 17 in high school, and you sit at each table when you go to lunch, like you sit at each different table, and eventually you find the lunch table where you just kind of feel like you belong. New Hampshire was the place where I felt like those are my it just kind of felt the way it did when I went to the table at the lunchroom in high school where I got along with everybody and I kind of fit in. That's what it felt like while I was in New Hampshire. So probably sounds silly, but it's the reason that I'm willing to check it out a bit more. Combined with the no state income tax and the fact that it's commutable, so if I want to check out how my current business is doing, I can. I haven't tried Android 12. I honestly don't even really. I don't really care much about new features and new operating systems for phones. I don't even really care about updating. I just constantly hit remind me later and ignore it, honestly. I mean, yeah, I don't really keep up with operating system updates nor care about them. There's really no real innovation with new versions at this point in time, so I don't get excited about new operating systems. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? I don't know. I haven't eaten one since I was like 8 years old. But yeah, the thing about New Hampshire is, it felt like what it feels like when you go to the right table at lunch and you can be yourself and you get along with the people that are around you. That's the feeling that I got when I was there. And you combine it with the fact that you have some affordable houses there. You can sit along a lake if you want. If I want, I can travel from one of the areas I was looking at. A 6-minute drive gets me to a Whole Foods. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to a Whole Foods, 12 minutes to a city, but I can drive, again, 15 minutes this way and be by a lake where there's no people. I could sit. I could have my little remote control boat, which I plan on playing with when I get there, and I could play with the remote control boat in this giant lake where there's nobody to bother me and there's nice clean air. But if I drive 10 minutes that way, there's a Whole Foods. So you get this really nice hybrid where you got your middle of nowhere, nature, enjoyable. You drive 10 minutes that way and you can get, like fresh, fancy schmancy food, all at the buffet where you just grab whatever you want and a city in this direction. So it's kind of like a nice combination of both. And also the ability. Have you thought about doing an all-day live stream to help pay your back rent? I don't. There's a point of diminishing returns, so at a certain point it goes away. I haven't thought of doing an all-day live stream to pay my back rent. I have debated opening an OnlyFans or doing a sex tape to pay my back rent. I think I could pay my back rent if I did a sex tape or I opened an OnlyFans and did some sort of goatsy thing. But I'm not at the point of degrading myself to that point yet. But I've debated it. I've thought about it at times. Again, $61,000. That would if I could solve that problem with doing a goatsy series or something. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. For your boat, says Mickey Bashra. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I do. I do have a little remote control boat in mind. The kitty is okay, but he's run away. You play with drones at all? Yeah, but I don't like I don't like fancy drones. I like the shitty ones. Like the $18 drones you get on Amazon, with no camera or anything. I have fun I have fun with those. What do you think of USB soldering irons? I've never tried it before. Today's stream, Lewis's auctions, his slightly used, not anymore used shirts for cloning purposes. Huh? Screw your political association. You're level-head. I believe you make a great leader. Nah. People are. If you think someone's a good person, give them power and watch them prove you wrong. I do play with drones, but I like that little cheap. I keep breaking it though. I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of the bad decisions I've made over the past 8 months I wouldn't have made if I had my drone. Because every time I was about to make a bad decision, I would sit down, write in my journal, play with my drone, and I'd be relaxed and I wouldn't do something that was stupid. And then it was my thinking time. Like my drone was my meditation time with myself. Not some fancy DJI thing or whatever. It was like this little cheap ass piece of shit. $18 from Amazon, comes with 3 batteries. I really like that one. Have you ever done a Google takeout? I have, but that feature is fundamentally broken, and like many things within the Google ecosystem, will never be fixed because Google is free, so you don't have the right to complain. You have low standards for green, someone says. You sound like a holier-than-thou douche. Hello from Colorado. You're ever coming this way?
Robust.
Right to repair would be awesome here. Oh, your legislature slaughtered right to repair recently. They shit on all the people that gave right to repair testimony. The state of Colorado just literally, they just goat seed right to repair as much as they could. It was horrendous. New Hampshire is the fourth highest property tax of any state in the U.S. with the average effective rate of 2.05%. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. It makes me sick. At this point in time, with the SALT deduction being around $10K, with the property that I'm looking at and the property tax there, and the property range I'm looking at, and with my income in my income range right now, I am better off at this point in my life being in a state that has no state income tax with property prices where New Hampshire's are than I am being in a state with slightly less property tax but more income tax. Like, I've done the math on it. Ruby Lewis, mad at each his own. Oh, get at it. You know what? I am timing you out on principle. I am timing you out on principle, JFL. You do not get to make fun of my celebrity crush. You guys asked who my celebrity crush was. Ruby Lewis from Cirque du Soleil. You do not get to make fun of her. GTFO. I will white knight for my celebrity crush by timing you out. Are you happy? I'm as happy as anybody can be. What are your thoughts on the Evergrande situation and its impacts? Thanks for the read. I don't think that is the only one. Like, I don't think that that's really going to be the Lehman Brothers of our time right now. But I'm waiting to see who is. Everybody knows that we're in a bubble. Everybody agrees that we're in a bubble. Everybody nods that we're in a bubble. It's just what's going to be the first thing to pop. Excited to start working on board. Just read that one. Hello, Clinton.
Robust.
I love this channel because you never know what you'll see. Random man yells at cloud, bike ride, board repair. Yep, it is a variety show. What are your thoughts on the Blue Jedi product? I have no idea what that is. What amplifier do you use with your speakers? Rotel RB1090. That's right, baby. 760 watts per channel at 4 ohms. I got it used. If I had to pay full price, I would have never paid for that thing. But it's a nice amp. I've had that amp for 12 years now, haven't I? Wow. Yeah, it's been 12 years.
Robust.
Thank you. F Apple indeed, Chris Clements. F Apple indeed. It doesn't reduce transmission. It reduces your chances of getting it. So it does reduce, the vaccine does not prevent you from getting it. It reduces your chances of getting it. And if you have, now how do you transmit a virus? You transmit a virus by then getting it and then transmitting it to somebody else. So if it lowers your chance of getting it, then it's going to lower your chance of transmitting it by virtue of the fact that it's lowered your chance of getting it. Just because it doesn't decrease it to zero doesn't mean it's totally useless. What do you think about socialist policies? My gut reaction is I'm not a fan, but what one person can consider socialist, another person considers corporate democrat. Like, so most people have a different definition of socialism, especially in America, so it's hard to really tell. That's really a loaded question because a lot of the times when somebody says this is what was I saying? The cat is over here. It's just he's the light is not reflecting off of him, so you can't see him.
Robust.
We don't love you, but we don't want your forced vaccine bullshit in New Hampshire. Please don't come here and vote in the same people who destroyed New York City. So I imagine that you're in the dumb part of New Hampshire. So every state and every city is going to have a smart part and it's going to have a dumb part. And I'm guessing you're in the dumb part. So let me show you why I say that you're in the dumb part. So I said that I got the vaccine and it made sense for me to get the vaccine. But I also have a video that got featured, I think, in RT News and a bunch of other outlets that got that got 250,000 views, where I said very clearly that if de Blasio requires that we force people to get vaccines, that we are not going to comply with it. this is a video that got a lot of attention. I got a lot of crap for it, for specifically saying that I will not follow a forced vaccine order. I will not force my employees to follow a forced vaccine order. And in spite of that, because you are probably the dumbest person in my chat, and let's be honest, probably probably one of the stupidest people in your fucking state, you actually said that I believe in forced vaccines. So this is a video that literally got featured on news sites. This is a 10-minute long video where I said that if de Blasio says that I need to force people to get a vaccine to enter my store, that I will not follow it, and you're welcome to fucking drag us off to prison or send the police to close our business. I'm not following it. This got featured on RT News. This got featured in mainstream news. This got, again, when it showed up on Reddit. Do you care? No. Why? Because you're a tribalistic cunt. And that's the problem with modern American politics. I said that I was for getting the vaccine and that I think it lowers your transmission of spreading it. So you, because you're a cunt, made the jump to assuming that because I said that, that means that I demand that everybody get a vaccine and that I am for a mandate. Because again, you are a dumb cunt. Lots of people in America are dumb cunts. They come in all shapes and sizes, all genders, all religions, all political viewpoints. Yours just so happens to probably be to the right of me. But yeah, I don't really know what to say there. But again, what do you think of single-payer healthcare? I don't trust the government when it comes to healthcare. However, I was also a for-profit healthcare salesperson for Atlantis Healthcare in 2008. Was it 2008? Yeah, it was 2008. I was a licensed healthcare salesperson, and I spent enough time working for a private health insurance company to understand that it is a scam. It's a giant scam. Absolute fucking giant scam. Horrible scam. So I don't trust my government, and I don't trust the government with healthcare. However, let me finish my point. I also don't trust I spent enough time working for for-profit healthcare to know exactly what a fucking scam that is. So it's very difficult for me to really give a good opinion on that. Social credit system, who owns your body, what goes into it, the government or you? Again, I really wish that we didn't have this culture war and more people were just okay with getting a vaccine. I honestly kind of wish that we just lived in a higher trust society in general. We live in a low trust society, and a lot of that is because we have a shit government and a shit media. But I do agree with you. And again, this is why I did this particular video. I am pro-vaccine, which is specifically why I am anti-mandate. Do you have any idea how much shit I got for this? Do you know how many people in Sam Cedar's fucking comment section, when I did that Right to Repair interview with Sam Cedar, you know how many people were saying Lewis is an anti-vaccine, he's one of those evil people, because I did a video saying I'm against mandates even though I'm pro-vaccine, and now you're saying don't move to my state because we don't need people that support vaccine mandates. Fuck you, you dumb piece of shit. Oh my God. There's the biggest problem with politics in America right now, honestly with the entire world, is that people think because you said this, you must believe that. Because you're a vegetarian, you voted for AOC. Because you are libertarian on this one particular issue, you must be a Nazi and a white supremacist. Because you said you think the vaccine makes sense, that must mean that you're for a mandate. There's a such thing as nuance. There's a such thing as fucking thinking for yourself. Not everybody has a little checklist of beliefs and either checks the 40 boxes on the left or the 40 boxes on the right all at once. You could think this, and then this, and then this, and then this. There are people out there that actually have a fucking brain and don't listen to CNN or MSNBC or Fox full tilt to tell them what to believe and what to think. But I will move on from that. And by the way, I'm not going to refund you your fucking donation too, asshole. I'm going to buy more of the super sharp digital multimeter probes from you. Thank you. I'm going to keep your money. I'm going to go to your state. And there's jack shit that you can do about it. All right. So where are we? Where did I leave off there? I love it when you swear and get pissed off. Thank you. Well, what's your favorite PC company? Framework. All right. Do you think housing prices will come down anytime soon? Well, my hope is that they will. I don't think that they will. Again, in 2008, when you had a crash, you had a lot of people over-leveraged, people buying with 3% down. People are buying stuff right now with like 100% down. So I don't know. I do want to bring back the T-shirt. However, a lot of people want me to sell that to raise money for the nonprofit. I have Teespring, which is associated with my YouTube channel, which is then associated with my for-profit business, and I have store.rossmangroup.com, which is associated with my merchant services account, QuickBooks, for my for-profit business. So to open that to the nonprofit, I would have to get an entirely new company to make the T-shirt, which means trying to figure out how to get the graphic from that company, because I no longer have that Mr. Clinton graphic because it was on a phone that got water damaged and I didn't save the data from it. And I would also then need to start to have that new company have a new merchant services account set up and all that shit to the nonprofit, which is because if I sold the Schematics or die shirt with the money going to me as it used to rather than going to the nonprofit, people are going to think I'm embezzling or scamming them, and that's why that has been on the back burner to-do list, and I haven't gotten it done yet. I have thought about selling that shirt. It's just it's a lot of work that I have to do to get it, to set up an entire system, an online store for the nonprofit, which does not have an online store at the moment, solely to sell one shirt. And it's something I could do. It is something I can do. It's just, it's been on the back burner at this point in time. But it's something that I want to do. Apple is shit. Well, listen, I can't disagree with you there. I can't disagree with you when you make a statement like that. Here's a switch-up question. What would be a piece of 90s PC hardware you would like to know more about or just really enjoy already? I have zero nostalgia for 90s PC hardware, I'll be honest with you. I feel bad because you donated money for me to answer that question. But I genuinely have I don't have love for things solely because they're from the 90s. I'm in the dumb part, that's why I live here, and you're leaving where you're from to come here. Where do you live, PJ Stock? You feed your cat quality fish live equals you get more views, says David Y. That's also another reason that I wanted to rent in New Hampshire before buying, because I want to make sure that whatever area that I wind up living in is not the dumb area. Because the guy that gave that donation before that was clearly in the dumb area. He dumb. Highly dumb. Not only did he say something that's completely provable, easily provable as false, but he actually gave me $5 to say it, which is hysterical.
Robust.
I don't have quality fish to feed my kitty, but I will consider it. Mr. Clinton needs some more space in this channel. I don't have any quality fish. I don't know if I can get quality fish at 1:30 a.m. How to get roasted for $5. In New Hampshire, you can put up your own radio tower up so you can control your remote control boat from longer distance. Hello, Jessica, whatever. And it was good meeting you at that meetup. Now I can put a face to the name. Everybody say hello to Jessica, whatever, in the chat. She showed up to the last meetup that I did in New Hampshire and was a very interesting human being. Like most of the people that showed up to that meetup, to be honest with you. I met a lot of cool people in New Hampshire. I don't think the people that were in the stupid part came to my meetup. Do you use loofah or go straight bar soap to body? I use a kitchen sponge, actually. I don't use a fancy sponge. I use liquid soap and a kitchen sponge. I like my kitchen sponge.
Robust.
Thank you, Saint. Thank you for the thank you. And thank you for the $5. How do you measure productivity with repair people? I look at what they do. I don't use metrics. I don't. I don't have a metric like how many repairs did you do an hour, how many repairs did you do in a day, how much money did you make. I look through their tickets. I actually look through their tickets. I used to go by their desks a lot more often than I do right now. Admittedly, now I only go by their desk like once a day. But I actually look through all of their tickets manually. And I can tell who's bullshitting and who's not. And I can tell when somebody's giving all the hard ones over to somebody else. If I can see that someone's always giving all the hard work over to somebody else so that they have a high return rate on easy jobs, that will be the end of them. But I can tell. Like I can't do how many did you do, because then you're just gonna have everybody's just gonna grab the backlight fuses and they're just gonna grab the easy jobs, and then they're gonna resent each other because there's metrics they're annoying metrics. So you can't really use metrics in a job like this. I should change that statement. One moment. Let me correct myself. I misspoke. You can use metrics in a jobs like this, but it will lower people's morale and royally screw you over. Because, like, how do you tell which is an easy board from a hard board when you have an invoice? How do you get people to honestly report these things? I read through the notes that they leave so that I could figure out if it was an easy or a hard one. So let's say this dude has less repairs than everybody else that week. Let me read through his ticket list. What did he get? Oh, missing PM sleep S5L, random corrosion under PCH and now dead. This board has a hole in it. Okay, maybe he had less repairs this week because they're all difficult. If I look through somebody else's ticket list and it's like backlight fuse, LP8550 connector, and he barely had any repairs that week and they're all easy, then I look a little bit more and try to figure out what's going on. Do you have access to Apple GSX and AST2? I honestly don't even know. I'll be honest with you. Like, my employees are the ones that deal with like the tools for the newer machines and stuff like that. I don't think I do. I know I have access to somebody, and I'm not going to say how, that has access to those things, but I don't know if we directly do.
Robust.
Are you going to DEF CON next year? I don't go to conferences, to be honest with you. I'm not a very social person. I usually only go to conferences when I get sucked or tricked into it.
Robust.
Himu, look, a guy that can get you HQ fish. Himu, look. I appreciate the $2 Canadian and thank you very much, but I have no idea what Himu look is. I think acronyms are mostly cancer, but I don't know what Himulik is. Himulik? What is Himulik? Himulik. Himulik. I don't know what that means. That's confusing. I appreciate the $2, and thank you for the $2. I don't know what that means. I did 100% financing on my house. Why would they change the definition of vaccine? Because the definition of vaccine makes it sound like a vaccine is always 100% effective when typically they're not. And in the past, we did not have culture wars over vaccines where people were nitpicking over this stuff. They just took it because they were scared of getting polio and dying and spreading it to other people. A vaccine is going to be most effective when everybody around you has it because they're not 100% effective. Admittedly, vaccines in the past may have been more effective than this one is. Again, I don't fucking know. I'm not a doctor. But what I would guess is that in the past, we did not have culture wars in general. And, oh my God, you're not adding anything to conversation here. Get out of here with that shit.
Robust.
Not you, the other person that just posted the stupid shit that they know. Bow, Bedford, Nashua, the Seacoast, Meredith, Wolfboro are slightly less dumb. I visited Wolfboro. Wolfboro was almost empty. Wolfboro was like completely dead and empty. You know what INTJA stands for? Sounds like some annoying personality test.
Robust.
Hello, Zisselton. Thank you for the $24.99 Ron Pauls. I appreciate it. I didn't know Ron Paul had his own currency. The housing market has gone up by 250 to 350%. It has, but again, is it people putting 3% down? Or is it people saying, I'm going to pay in all cash to beat out every other buyer? And because it's the latter, Thoughts about income inequality and effect on businesses. Income inequality is not something that I'm bothered by. I'm bothered by evil. I'm not bothered by inequality. I'm not bothered by the fact, like, again, there are many things that we could argue that make Jeff Bezos evil, right? But I don't put a dollar amount on it or an income equality amount on it. Like, for instance, there are certain things that he's done which I think that you can make the argument are evil. But like, when it comes to what were the things that were evil, like, did he become evil at the 1,000th sale, the 10,000th sale, the millionth sale, the 10 millionth sale, the 100 millionth sale, the billionth sale? It's kind of hard to put an objective point on it. I'm not bothered by income inequality. I'm bothered when somebody does something cunty to make themselves rich at the expense of other people in a particularly evil way. But I'm not bothered by income inequality in and of itself. Like, the idea that this group of people is very rich and this group of people are poor is not something that bothers me. If there's something specific that this group of people did to go out of their way to fuck over this group of people, then you can make a distinct line and distinctly point to it, then that's different. But I'm not somebody that, like, income inequality in and of itself bothers me. What about Def Quan? I don't know what that is. That's not the point of income inequality. It's that some are richer and therefore wealthier and better off than others while working their whole lives.
Robust.
That doesn't make me angry. Like, I wouldn't say that Tim Cook is evil because he's rich. I would say Tim Cook is a cunt for going to the company that makes the charging chip to one of his machines and setting the precedent of telling them, don't sell this to anybody if they come to you. Like, I'm not mad at him because he's rich. I'm mad at him because he does cunty things. Now, I think that people that make the income inequality argument argue that he's rich because he does cunty things, so they just jump straight to the income inequality point. But I'd rather focus on the specific deeds that people and companies do that screw people over rather than just pointing to the end result and trying to affect the end result.
Robust.
I'd rather live in a society with less cunty behavior than just focusing on redistributing the results of the cunty behavior. A lot of the solutions to income inequality talk about redistributing the results of bad behavior, and I'd rather really just focus on pointing out bad behavior and dealing with it and discouraging it in general.
Robust.
You seem to have a strong work ethic day in and day out. I know we only get to see what you show us, but can you talk about what you do to drive on when you inevitably have a day where you just don't want to do anything? When I have a day where I don't want to do anything, I try to what do you think of Razer laptops? I think they suck. I think it's the kind of the Apple of the Windows world with a similar cult of fanboys. But yeah, I'm not a... holy crap, that's $50. That's way more than I deserve. When I don't feel like doing anything, I try to make a list, and I'll wind up breaking down the large things I have to do into really, really small parts. So let's say I just forgot my password to a website, and that's why I haven't logged into it to do something that I probably should do. It doesn't have to get done tomorrow. Thank you, Jezda.com. It's not something that I have to do immediately, but it's something I should do. I'll literally, for that day, if I'm really depressed, or I'm sick, or I'm feeling out of it, go to the website, click forget my password, get the username, log in, confirm it works. That's it. I won't even do the task that I had to do. I'll just do that. I negotiate with myself to try to figure out, okay, I'm a useless piece of shit. What can a useless piece of shit do today? Even though I'm a useless piece of shit, what can I get done today? Let's say that this cable is not working. Maybe I'll just replace the XLR cable in this mic, and I'll consider that what I do for the day. And then when I do it, I'll feel a little bit better. I'll feel a little bit less useless, a little bit less like a piece of shit, and then I eventually get out of my sad sack routine and do whatever it is I need to do. Teach us how to repair Steam Decks in the future. Oh no, I don't think I can do that. They're dangerous. They may explode. It could end my life. I'll open it at some point. I want $500,000 in cryptocurrency. I'm going to follow your advice and see if there's a repair market in my area. Dude, congratulations. I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you. Now, if you want $500,000 in cryptocurrency, when you be coming to Northern Virginia, I visited a few months ago, but I didn't spend much time there. And thank you for the ball. If you want $500,000 in cryptocurrency, Don't YOLO the rest of it into fucking cryptocurrency. Because the thing is, sometimes people do this. Like, you got your YOLO. You did really well for yourself. Fucking pull a good portion of that out and gamble with this much. Don't gamble with everything. But good on you, man. Good on you. I'm glad you got something out of it. Let's see. What does the super chat robot voice say? It says a robust. And it's not a robot. It is a lobbyist for CTA. You are bad with acronyms. You're bad with words. I don't want to have to memorize a bunch of different acronyms because people forgot how to speak. What are your thoughts on grocery delivery services? I think most of them have no chance of making money unless they're underpaying everybody or losing money massively at the expense of their investors. Ever thought about making your own tech brand? Nope. I barely know how to make my own business brand. Do I have 30 stores? I have one. I have no idea how to make a brand. But I don't really know what my tech brand would do or what it would sell or what it would offer. I guess I have my store, and that's about that. Do you honestly think a 40-year-old disabled person, i.e. me, can learn the art of electronics repair? I don't know if I could. I think anybody could, honestly. I'm not that smart. I'm pretty stupid. And I was able to figure it out. I think if I can do something and I'm dumb, that you can too. I set a low bar. If you do move to New Hampshire, will you own a real firearm? I'd like to take a firearm safety course after moving to a state like New Hampshire. I'd like to take a firearm safety course, meet with some people that understand and have a lot of experience in firearm ownership and usage, learn, and then buy a gun. But I would like to learn how to use it properly, because I guarantee if I just got a gun and went to a range, I'd probably do a bunch of stupid shit with it because I don't know what the proper thing is to do with a gun. I don't want to pull an Alec Baldwin. I don't want to accidentally kill myself or people near me. So thank you, Be Myself and I. You're not dumb if you are. You'd be moving to the stupid part of New Hampshire. Yeah, I don't know how to use a gun, to be honest with you. When did you switch to Linux? I switched to Linux in 2002, and then I switched back in 2015, and then I switched again in 2020, and then I switched back because I didn't hate myself. Have you considered Atlanta? No, I have not. I have not considered Atlanta, and I don't think that I would. Also, Jessica, since I know you, you get mod. We'd love to take you shooting. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to learn how to use a gun. And but I would want to learn everything properly before I shoot people, before I start shooting with it. That was a Freudian slip. I don't plan on shooting people. I plan on taking a course so I don't shoot people. Don't use the Alec Baldwin safety course. Nope. I realize that I am accident prone enough to not, what's the word I'm looking at? To take a gun safety course and then be around experienced people before I shoot a gun myself. Why not stream at 24 frames a second? I don't want to. Always practice before you shoot people. Yes. Always practice before shooting people.
Robust.
You think Mark... What? I appreciate the $2, but I imagine if you wanted me to answer that question, you would have asked it in a way where I could have actually read it. Are you a competitive guy when it comes to your company? Kind of. I want to produce the tools for everybody else to succeed. But I also want to beat everybody else while I'm at it, you know? Like, I produce, with Repair.wiki and this YouTube channel and all the videos that I do and all the guides I create, I put out all the tools out there for new up and coming companies to start businesses in my industry and compete with me. But I want them to be able to compete with me, and I want to produce everything necessary so that they can compete with me. But while competing with me, I also want to beat the fuck out of them at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I want all the information to be out there so that anybody, regardless of their socioeconomic status, their income, or where they came from, can start an electronic repair business similar to mine. But I also want to beat the fuck out of them at the same time, you know? Like, I want to win. I want to have the most good ratings. I want to have the most happy customers. I want to have the best staff, the smartest staff, the fastest service, and all that stuff. But I don't want to do that by means of destroying everybody else's shot. I want to give everybody else a shot. And then after I've given everybody else an equal shot, I want to beat the fuck out of them. Like, you know, that's the fun of business. But it wouldn't be fun if you just, like, destroyed everybody else's chance at a shot. Because then how do you know if you're really good at it, you know? Like, if I didn't produce all the materials that I did to allow everybody else to learn how to do what I do, then how much fun would it be if I beat them? Like, what, I beat you I beat you when you had no ability to get access to any of the stuff to make you, you know, have a chance to be as good as I am? That's kind of lame. That would suck. You know, that's like going to a preschool and having a powerlifting competition and saying I won. You know, there's no fun in that. I want to raise as many people up as humanly possible to my level and then beat the fuck out of them, like just and win. But you have, that's kind of my thought on it. Did somebody just post something about Cowboy Bebop? What? What did I just miss? But yeah, it's no fun if everybody else didn't even stand a chance. Do you think Tesla's the apple of cars? Yes and no. Yes, in terms of the what's the word I'm looking at? Yes, in certain ways, and no in the fact that they're liquid resistant. If it was the apple of cars, the battery would corrode when it rains. You've done some awesome stuff as a legal advocate, lobbyist. Any tips, ideas for someone trying to just get local government less shit? I don't know. I wish I had an answer to that. If I did, my local government would be less shit. But I have not made any progress with that at all. And again, I'm at the point where I'm just personally looking at other states and escaping because I have no idea how to do that. What is a piece of advice you've had but never found the right time or place to give? Many thanks for your honesty as well. My dad told me, don't do what's easy, do what's easy to live with. You know, don't do, and I never really understood what he meant until I was older. Don't do what's easy, do what's easy to live with. And anytime you have to make a decision, there's a decision that you have to make, don't do what's easy right now. Do what's easy to live with. Like a month from now, a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. What decision will you be happy that you made versus the decision you'll be happy you made today?
Robust.
Yeah, I don't know how to make local government less shit. I have no idea. I don't know how to make local government less shit. I guess, talk about the issues, get involved, but at the end of the day, I live in a city with 8 million people, and a majority of those 8 million people have radically different political viewpoints than I do, so I don't have a chance at all, so I'm not even bothering trying there. I'm not focusing on making my local government any different. I'm focusing on what I have power over. I have power over my business. I have power over how I run my business. I have power over whether or not I educate people all around the world on how to do better at doing repairs. I have power to empower other people to be able to fix things that otherwise they couldn't fix. Do I have power to make the Department of Consumer Affairs suck less or to make New York bureaucracy better? No, I don't have power over that, and I don't waste my time on it because I know it's hopeless and it's pointless. And the people that live in this city, when I have an issue with the government, they'll usually simp for them and say, well, you should have you couldn't prove that you didn't steal this laptop. And it's like, yeah, I also can't prove that last night at 1 a.m. I wasn't smoking weed. I don't have a method of proving a negative. Now, you could prove a negative by having a camera on me all the time, I could prove that this laptop wasn't stolen by keeping a record of what I do with every single device after it has been recycled by barcoding every single piece of every single part in that particular device and having a but like again like that's tyranny. And a lot of the people that will point to the issues that I have with New York City or New York State, and that meme is so played out. I can't even respect it even for $5, man. I'm sorry. I'm not a fan of Joe Biden either, but for fuck's sake, some originality, please. You can do better than that, really. It's just a played out meme at this point. It's lame. It's boring. Were you guys not pissed when people were saying Trump is a Nazi for 4 years straight and they just kept copying and pasting the same shit? That's literally what you guys are doing right now. It's like you're literally just doing what you hate. I forget what I was on before I said that. I forget what I was talking about, but you probably got the idea. I have a tendency to repeat myself, so I was probably in the stage of repeating myself rather than saying something new. If you don't redress pounds or dollars, rewards of word that doesn't make any fucking sense at all, nobody will stop being cunts. Punishment should be both the redistribution of money and the removal of certain privileges from the society for a fixed time, surely. One of the problems with that is people have different idea of what is cunty behavior. Removal of certain privileges within society for a fixed time. Define privileges. That's, I don't know. That's starting to sound a little bit. Again, if you're breaking the law in a seriously fucked up way, that's one thing.
Robust.
But cunt is a sliding scale for many people. Have you gotten robbed at your store before? I had one guy steal money from the tip jar after we let him charge his phone for free without getting a repair. So that's the thing. Like I don't want to be the type of person that turns people over and like, hey man, I don't have any money. Can I just charge my phone in your store? I want to be the type of person that says, yeah, sure. You can just plug in, sit down, don't worry about it. But when you do that in New York City, they steal out of your fucking tip jar. But like that, I wouldn't consider that robbery. I consider robbery when somebody like shows up with a gun and says, give it up. I don't see robbery as Kevin took a piss, and while he was taking a piss, somebody walks up to the tip jar and steals $2 out of it because they're a fucking piece of shit, Thank you, Mr. Chaos Bones. What's your favorite anime? I don't have one.
Robust.
Thank you for the $5. Can you believe they did surgery on a grape? What? Are you high? Do you think the Senate special hearing on social media provider is good for our security measures? I don't think the Senate having a hearing on something related to technology, if you're talking about the Senate in our country, is going to get anything done. I was so depressed listening to our government speak to like Mark Zuckerberg and other members of social media networks last year. I wanted to throw shit at my TV, and then I just turned it off. How many people didn't even know the difference between Twitter and Facebook? You think racism is prevalent in our society? Yeah, it's again the degree to which it affects you and what you do about it, I guess, is a lot of the arguments right now. Racism is present, I think it is. It's just to what degree is it keeping you down is something that's argued. What can you do about it? What should be done about it are what things that are constantly argued. But like I read my YouTube comments. I don't know if my YouTube comments or YouTube comments in general are at all reflective of general society. But yeah, I mean, racism's around. It's everywhere. It's just how prevalent is it? I mean, people being douchebags are kind of prevalent and everywhere. People being impolite to people are everywhere. People trying to lie or cheat or steal or screw you over. There's all sorts of bad things in society. Just to what degree does it affect you What do you do about it? What should you do about it? Do you let it get you down, etc., so on and so forth. Thank you for this AMA. I'm glad I made it. Thank you, Joseph Palmer, for the $2. YouTube stream is 800 viewers right now. Fun fact, I started live streaming when I had about 45,000 subscribers in 2016. And I would get on average 600 to 700 viewers. Now, with 1.6 million subscribers, I get 800 viewers. Interesting how that works. I genuinely believe that that number is fake. What do you think of the new MacBook Pro? I don't really care. I honestly don't care. I don't care about new MacBook Pros, man. Let me see. I think I did a video on this last year when they said, why do I don't get excited about new MacBook Pro? Like, I actually did a video why I don't care about new MacBooks, and I'm going to link you to it. I just have to find it. But the problem is, while I'm trying to find it, messages will show up on the screen that I'll miss. But that's such is life. I'm going to find it. Thank you for fighting against the bullshitters in the world. Thank you, user345. I should find it because you did donate to ask that question. What? Here we go. Why I don't care about the new MacBook Pro. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Why I don't give a shit about the new MacBook Pro. I just put it in the chat. So now you have a... there you go. This is what I think of the new MacBook Pro. That video applies just as much today as it does back then. The new MacBook has several user replaceable parts. What? You mean they... Okay, so they glue the screen in. They solder the SSD in. They solder the RAM in. They don't make the charging chip available, but then they make the battery user removable, and I'm supposed to get excited. Let's make 99% of the machine not serviceable and give you back a quarter of what you had just a few years ago and have you get excited about it. Now, are they going to sell you the battery? They made it user removable. Are they going to sell you the battery? Of course not. They solder the RAM in now. I asked them if you could swap them. Bro, are you stuck in 2012? They've been soldering RAM in since 2012. 2010 on the airs. With an infinite amount of money and resources, where in the world would you buy a house? Somewhere on the ocean or on a lake or a pond in New Hampshire. Please meow for us. For $20. Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Oreo's staring at me like, what are you doing? Stealing my sound, human.
Robust.
Racism is a compliment means they think about smile. People pay for that kind of stuff. What do you mean compliment, and what do you mean people pay for that, and what do you mean it means they think about smile? I don't know what to make of that comment. Actually, I could play you something.
Robust.
The book Courage to be Disliked is worth reading, thought-provoking in the least. Somebody mentioned that earlier. It's something I'm debating reading. You know what? There's one... Here, I'll play you something. I'll play you guys something. Are you excited? I'll play, since you want to hear cat noises. Alright, you're going to get it now.
Robust.
Us plebs aren't going to affect change in anything outside of our immediate surroundings. Just hope to survive and maybe enjoy the ride. Anything's possible if people organize, get their shit together. What tech are you excited about? New battery technology. New battery technology honestly excites me. The idea of, like, again, I'm excited about real technical advancements. I'm not excited about like the next Android phone having a smaller bezel or bigger screen or some shit. I could give a fuck less about the next Android phone's camera or anything like that. What most people call tech, I don't care about. Thoughts on failure, high likelihood of it, and how it can be an expensive learning tool versus societal view. The problem I have with failure is that when I fail, I feel like I don't deserve an opportunity to fix it. I feel like I screwed over not just myself, but the overall society. Thank you, Jake Lee, but I can't guarantee that. I feel like I screwed over the overall society because I took an opportunity that somebody else could have ran with, and I messed it up. And then I feel like I don't deserve an opportunity into the future, and I let it haunt me, and I let it fuck with me. But when I do fail, like, I don't think it's coincidence that I became a much more generous person with sharing information and sharing content and sharing how-to guides at the time, right after my supply company failed. I don't think that's a coincidence that my supply company failing coincided with me sharing insane amounts of information on how to do what I do. I think that was my way of making it up to the world. I felt like I took an opportunity from the world. If somebody else had the opportunity that I did, that if they had the surrounding I did, the funding I did from the one person who loaned money to that company at the time or invested in that company, that they would have gone much further with it. And because I took an opportunity to exit poverty away from the world, that I owed it to the world to give that back. So every time I failed, it kind of makes me more of a workaholic to try and create a better world. And I think, admittedly, like, if I'm being honest with myself, if I was a very successful human being, I don't think I'd be a right to repair advocate. Because as much as people say right to repair is something that benefits me, I mean, not really. Like, if I say I wish I had the schematic to this machine and I push, somebody that works at Apple will send it to me. Somebody will leak it. If I say if only I had an ISO 9240, man, it really sucks that I don't have this chip, there's going to be a little box that shows up at my store. And this has happened before, with no return address and a bunch of chips right in the box for free. And a little note that says, love your channel. It's going to happen. I have access to a lot of stuff that other people don't have access to because, robust. Again, I'm not, what is this sound? That is a lobbyist for CTA saying robust, which is what I believe to be his code word for a bribe, in my opinion. Go look for the person Charlie Brown on my YouTube channel, and you'll find it. But this is my way of undoing the opportunity that I took from the world by failing. Like, admittedly, right to repair is not just something that's going to benefit me. At the end of the day, I'll get access to all of the shit that I need to, because I hate fucking using this word. It makes me sick. I really do hate it. But I'm famous. I'm a, quote, celebrity. There's somebody, I think Elon Musk is, I guess, like what you get when you take engineer and innovator and combine it with scammer and meme lord. Like, you just put it all into one bubble. He has an interesting fan base, and he's an inspirational guy. He says a lot of inspirational shit, and he does the impossible as a dude with Asperger's. You know, that's something to look up to. Fucking richest guy in the world. Everybody shits on him and says you're never going to start an electric car company. You're never going to do all this stuff. And it's like, haha, I'm going to prove you wrong and become the most, the most valued car company in the whole world. Fuck you. That's really cool. It's inspirational to a lot of people. The problem is that he also says a bunch of shit that's just not fundamentally not true and is complete bullshit, and people just eat it all up because they like him and they look up to him for what they look up to him for the shit that he does accomplish, but then they he could go this far and then just stop and settle. Like, you know what? Yeah, we accomplished all this cool shit, but he never stops. It's like, I got to make up some bullshit. I got to say that full self-driving is coming in the next 2 months. Like, he always has to say some other bullshit that kind of ruins it, and just instead of being happy with saying something that has a lot of truth to it. But even when it comes to right to repair, like, right to repair is going to benefit other people way more than it benefits me. I'm going to get access to all sorts of shit No, I don't review phones and I don't tear them down because I find that highly boring. I find tearing down electronics for the sake of tearing them down to be boring, miserable, monotonous, and just I have no interest in it. Fixing something for money, I have interest in. Tearing something apart to say, look, here's the phone, here's the screen, here's the motherboard, here's the screen cable. I don't know. I find that boring, and it just doesn't. I have no interest in it whatsoever. But it's gonna be. I think right to repair is gonna benefit other people in repair more than me, because other people are the people that. Thank you, Tom. Other people. I suppose that's one way to put it. Maybe South African. Is he African or South African? I don't know. Either way, that's not really something that I interest myself with. What was I saying? Right, I think right to repair is going to benefit smaller shops more than me, because smaller shops are the ones that are not going to be able to get access to things that I get access to. But I don't think I really would have been involved with all the stuff to the extent that I was if I was a success in life. I think each one of my failures kind of made me feel like there's this debt that I owe to the world that I'm going to feel guilty until the day that I die if I don't pay it back. And I failed a lot in life, and I failed a lot, honestly, in the last year. Honestly, there's a lot of failure that I did even in the last 3 months. It's just I'm not comfortable talking about what it is yet because it's still fresh in my mind. But I don't feel I don't feel comfortable talking about it because it's still fresh. But there's a lot of failure that I did even over the last 10 weeks. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. And I kind of think about what other people would have done with those particular opportunities. I like Jerry Rig Everything. He makes good content. I met him in person, too. There's a lot of people that are on this platform that are kind of like, they're one face for the camera, but then they're cunts in person. Jerry Rig Everything is a good dude in person. I got dinner with him at Mazzetto, and that was still a restaurant. He's a good dude. I would let Jerry Rig Everything pet Mr. Clinton. He's one of those people that's actually a nice guy and a really humble guy. A nice guy, a humble guy, and a considerate guy in person. And I appreciated meeting him, and he's a good dude. I have nothing bad to say about Jerry Rig Everything. You're not going to get me to say a bad thing about Jerry Rig Everything. But I forget what I was saying. Oh, the failure part. Yeah, and every time I fail and screw something up, I feel an obligation to kind of give it back to the world in some way. So sometimes I wonder the question on failure, if I was a successful person in everything that I did, I'd probably be a much bigger piece of shit. Not because I would be more confident, or not because I'd be more cocky, but just because I wouldn't have this mental debt that I feel that I owe the world, that I feel I have to pay back to the world, and I don't think I would take part in a lot of the generosity that I have over the years. I want to show my support for you as a person and what you're fighting for. I repair, resell, and online markets, and I'm thankful for your effort. Wish I could work for you. No, you don't. It's not fun. But that's not happening without a worker's visa. Thank you, Mr. Chaos Bones. I really appreciate it. You don't want to work for me. You're lucky not working for me. What do you think of the new MacBook Pro? I don't care about it. I don't care about new MacBooks for them. Would you rather throw up every time someone says the word McDonald's or permanently wear a fedora hat? That's a dumb question. People say there's no such thing as dumb questions, but they've never read some of the questions that show up in this YouTube chat. A lot of these questions are really dumb. Is cancel culture made up controversy, or people just facing the consequences of their actions? It's neither. Facing the I don't think cancel culture is made up. It exists. What's your favorite Asian food? I don't have one. I don't think I have one. I don't eat much Asian food. No, like for instance, and it is right-wing cancel culture as much as left-wing cancel culture. So for instance, in my Discord, the philosophy channel leans right, and there's a mod that leans left. And he goes back and forth with some of the people there, and every now and then he'll have an argument with someone, and he'll have evidence that they don't have, and he'll win. The left-wing guy will win. A group of people got so fucking pissed off that the left-wing person was winning arguments that they figured out who his professors were, and they sent clips of what he said in Discord with the intent of having him lose his ability to get a degree from that college because he was doing his PhD dissertation. Because admittedly, like stereotypically, that's the thing that you would expect left-wing people to do to right-wing people. But you actually had right-wing people doing it to left-wing people. And I didn't really believe it until I saw it with my own eyes, that you guys are such fucking pussies and pieces of shit and degenerates that you actually tried to have someone lose their ability to get their college diploma because they had a fucking political argument with you in Discord because you're that much of a cunt. But again, like there's, that stuff really does go both ways, and and I find it disgusting. Thank you, Eric Crick. I started the stream saying I saw how House of Cards moved from season 5 to season 6. It made me fucking sick. Really, it made me sick. Like the way that they got rid of Kevin Spacey's character, that was a joke. I'm not going to watch the rest of that show. You fucking ruined it. Why'd you ruin the show? Because he did something shitty 40 years ago? Fuck you. Why does everybody love Kevin Spacey? Why do you love Kevin Spacey? Why do you love him in American Beauty? Because he's a piece of shit. Why do you like him in Seven? Because he's a piece of shit. Why do you like him in House of Cards? Because he's a piece of shit. And then when you find out that the actor that for 25 years has been so good at playing a piece of shit is actually a piece of shit, that's the point that you're going to protest him being on screen. Really. Because he's like, oh my God, it's I guess that's separate from cancel culture altogether. I don't know if you would call that to be separate. Here's the thing. If you like someone because they're really good at playing a piece of shit, maybe they're actually a piece of shit. So the idea that you would get mad at him because you thought he was a good person playing a piece of shit because he's actually genuine, oh my God. Anyway, can you fully explain robust to us? There's nothing to explain. I told you guys, look for Charlie Brown on this channel. He was a lobbyist that used to say that I want to speak to you and have private conversations. We'd like to have robust conversations behind closed doors. Why would he not want to give his testimony in front of the public at a public hearing? He would always say he wants to give a robust conversation behind closed doors. So it became a meme. I don't know what GeoHot is. I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry, Jamil. But so there became this meme where people said that robust conversations mean issuing a politician a bribe. And he got so offended at this that he told the lawmakers that I was being mean to him on YouTube, and because I'm being mean to him on YouTube, that the state should not engage with the right to repair crowd for a bill because the right to repair people are all bullies. I made the assertion that why is it that you want to have robust conversations behind closed doors when I'm not allowed to do the exact same thing? So it kind of became my way to push back against somebody that was being a crybaby, was making my donation noise, him using a word that, in my opinion, is keyword for a bribe or political donation. It's not failure. You just found the way that it did not work so others don't make the same mistakes. I haven't shared all the mistakes I made. If I really gave a shit about other people, I'd share them all so that other people don't repeat them. How's the Patreon thing doing? I heard that you got a good amount of people backing it. Not yet. That was at about $900 a month, I think, or so before. I have not done an official announcement of classes yet. I want to see what happens once I do an official announcement of classes and once I actually start doing it.
Robust.
Yeah, he got mad, and he actually spoke to the senators and said, I'm not going to take part in these negotiations, and you shouldn't either because Lewis is a bully. Absolute bullshit. Thanks for all you do, Lewis. I've learned a lot from you over the years. You've been a great source of inspiration, motivation, and laughs. What's your favorite PS1 game? Final Fantasy IX, by far. Final Fantasy IX, Parasite Eve 2.
Robust.
Crash Bash? Crash Team Racing? Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX, definitely. Okay, where was it? I don't know what my first repair was. Given the allegations made against Spacey, what else were the House of Cards producers supposed to do given Spacey was at least 50% of the storyline? I mean, if the accusations of what he did were something that were done 30 years ago, then you let the police and all of them sort that stuff out on their own and you finish the effing series.
Robust.
Like, the guy's life work is playing a douchebag. Like, that's what he is. Kevin Spacey, it's like Michael Douglas. Like, Michael Douglas for 20 years played a womanizing, cutthroat businessman douchebag. I mean, like, you love Kevin Spacey on screen because he plays a douchebag. And now you're mad that he actually, 40 years ago, in real life, may have done something that's actually douchebaggish. I mean, no shit. That's probably why he's so good at playing a douchebag on screen. Now, you can hate him for being a douchebag in real life. You can hate him for what he did 30 or 40 years ago. But you watch the show. You love the show. He got paid because he's good at being a douchebag. He's good at being a murderer. When he murders people in that show, when he fucks people over in that show, when he strong-arms people, when he's abusive in that show, he's playing who he is. And you all loved it up until the moment that you figured out that 30 years ago, one time, he was that douchebag in person. Well, no fucking shit. No shit. You just don't enjoy it because you figured out that it was real.
Robust.
Do you think America should have other options for higher education besides college? Oh, we already do. It's called the internet. It's just nobody actually acknowledges it. There's so much shit that you could learn on the internet nowadays that you better than the way I think you could learn it in college. And for free. It's just nobody really takes it seriously. All right, one sec. I got to ban some dumbass bullshit here. There we go. All right.
Robust.
What are your thoughts on the 737 MAX saga? I don't follow airplanes very much, to be honest with you. Let's see. 737 MAX. I'm going to Google it, see what you're talking about. Your 737 MAX prices are delusional. I don't know what a delusional price for an aircraft is because I don't know the market of an aircraft because I don't buy aircrafts. Yeah, I apologize. I don't really know what angle to even answer this from because I don't know anything about aircrafts. Not even, like, I feel bad because you gave me money, but I don't have... I hope I didn't give you the idea that I know anything about aircrafts. Title lied, I see no Oreo. Yeah, he ran away. It's labor shortage. There was Oreo in the beginning of the stream, but he jumped off. Labor shortage. Boeing's real-time OS control code had some problems that caused a crash a year or two ago. I don't know enough about airplanes to really comment on that. There's a guy typing in full caps about pedo shit in my chat. Do you think right-wing patriots are dangerous? Depends on what you're talking about when you talk about patriots. Do you mean like... what's the word I'm looking for? Again, like, are you talking to people that listen to Lee Greenwood in their car? Or are you talking about people that that like shoot people that come on their property? Or like, what do you mean when you say right-wing patriot? I think definitions are really important here.
Robust.
I don't know any programming languages. When I was 6 years old, I knew GW Basic, and I messed with it with a VTech laptop that my parents got me. My parents got me a VTech laptop from Toys R Us, and I got a GW Basic book from my mother's cousin's husband named Clifford Fish. He was a weird dude. He was a really weird dude, but he was smart. He was smart as can be. And do you welcome fans in your workplace? Nope. Had one guy come by the other day. I wanted to leave. I had a weird feeling. And he's in the store, and he says, oh, I have a place upstate, and I'm starting a museum, and I'm the only member of it, and I'd like you to visit. You've been talking about leaving New York City, and I really think that you belong in where I live. You should check out my home. I think that it would feel really right if you were in my home. And I'm like, okay, dude, I'm good. I got to leave now. I'm going to lock the door, and I'm riding home and getting the fuck out of here. I don't welcome fans in my workplace because it's weird. And on the very rare occasion that Kevin or Steve look at me and go, come on, can you say hi to this person? They really want to talk to you. 99% of the time, it's a dude telling me that he really wants me in his house or his bed, and I just want to run the fuck away. And I'm going to beat the shit out of Steve and Kevin, honestly. I should beat the shit out of Steve and Kevin. I'm not allowed to because they're my employees, and beating the people that work for you is frowned upon in modern society. But they both told me, instead of leaving, that I should talk to this one dude that came in the store, and he talked about how he wanted to take me to his house, to his museum of one person, and have me be there with him in his home and live there. And like I just want to take a fucking baseball bat and just smash Kevin and Steve across the fucking head right after that. Because like I trusted them. Like they'll tell me sometimes, listen, I know you want to avoid people because it's weird, but can you just talk to this one guy? I'm like, fine. I'm like, you motherfucker. You fucks knew exactly what you were doing. And they were walking out the door and you could see them snickering and laughing the way out the door. And I'm like, you cunt. You cunt. You got me. It is what it is. You know, they got me. They played a prank on the boss, and it was kind of funny. Admittedly, I would have done the exact same shit if I was an employee at a company to fuck with my boss. But yeah, oh my God, that was fucking weird. I've had so many weirdos show up, you have no idea. It's so fucking uncomfortable. It's so weird. I don't understand how people show up and actually say this shit. Like the shit that people will say to me in person and have no shame about, it just freaks me the fuck out entirely. Kevin Spacey tried to groom a teenage aunt. Okay, here's the thing. If you want to cancel it altogether, why can I still watch Kevin Spacey on Netflix right now? So you're not going to let him finish the season. You had 5 seasons of the show. You won't let Kevin Spacey be in season 6, so at least it has an ending. But you're more than happy to monetize it. Do people not join Netflix to watch House of Cards? Do they not make money off of House of Cards? They're more than happy to make money off of somebody that they say is a pedo. Like if you're going to be the bitch, be the whole bitch. Either take House of Cards off. Remove that entire thing from history, or let them finish season 6. But don't do this bullshit half-ass thing where you have the end of this show be complete and utter trash because you want a virtue signal while simultaneously leaving up 5 seasons to profit off of it when you claim that the person who did that show was a pedo show. I'm canceling your workout by sending donuts. No donuts, JP. I get it. If you're mad, if you want to go full woke, if you're mad at Kevin Spacey for what people claimed he did 30 years ago, and for all I know, he did all that shit. All I know, he's a fucking freak. Fine, delete the show. Delete the show. Oh, you don't want to delete the show because that would mean that you don't get to keep making money. So you're willing to virtue signal by getting rid of him for future seasons without actually taking the show down because that would mean actually living up to your principles instead of just making money. It's like it's the worst of both worlds. It's actually the worst of both worlds. You got rid of him for season 6 because of what he was accused of in the past. But you're going to keep season 1 through 5 up for people to pay for. Where you're going to monetize that work. You're going to make money off of the person that you claim is a pedo.
Robust.
Doesn't make sense to me. Delete it. If Netflix wants to put their money where their mouth is, delete House of Cards. Delete all of it. Because the person that acted in it was evil, right? So you should remove it altogether. Nah, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. There's not a chat delay. It's one person reading 180 comments a minute. Do the math here. Come on. Kevin Spacey, we had 2 movies this year. You can't actually cancel someone forever. Mel Gibson has done some fucking insane stuff. Again, like I don't watch television. I don't watch fictional shows because I admire the personal character of the people who did them. I don't watch 24 because I respect Kiefer Sutherland's personal life. I watch it because it's entertaining. I don't care if the actor is cool or a piece of shit. Like, I'm watching it because it's entertaining. I'm watching it because they're creating a piece of art at a point in time that I find is interesting and engaging. It's emotionally engaging. It's philosophically engaging. That's what I'm there for. I'm not watching House of Cards. I'm not watching 24. I'm not watching a television show because I massively admire that particular individual. Now, if I was watching something for the purpose of life coaching, sure, I would care about the character of the person giving me the life coaching. If I'm watching a show because I'm watching somebody who's talking about personal development or business development, then yes, their character matters to me. If I'm watching a piece of fiction, a work of fiction about a corrupt piece of shit human being, and the person who just so happens to be acting as a corrupt piece of shit human being is a corrupt piece of shit human being in their personal life, who the fuck cares? Okay.
Robust.
Recently started a phone repair business and having difficulty sourcing good parts. Currently use AliExpress and looking for the best reviews. I'm starting to get paranoid about receiving defective parts. Any advice on looking for suppliers? Make small orders to figure out who is selling you good stuff and who is selling you crap. Once you have a good order, make a second order to make sure that they didn't only just send you good shit for your first order. And then when you're about to make your third order, tell them if they continuously send them this level of quality, I will make larger orders, and then actually make a larger order and then stick with that person. Even if they cost you even if they cost you a little bit more. Even if they're not always the fastest. When you find someone who sends you good shit, stick with them until they stop sending you good shit. If they stop sending you good shit, ask why. But yeah, it's a total crapshoot. It really is a crapshoot. You have a TikTok account. I don't use TikTok. Same with R. Kelly. Honestly, you know what's really disgusting is I can actually listen to Aaliyah's Age Ain't Nothing But a Number and I enjoy the beat. Obviously, knowing what that album is about and knowing what R. Kelly was about and knowing what was going on in her life at the time, like, it makes me sick. But I remember listening to that album before I knew the truth about R. Kelly. I really enjoyed that album. And the back and forth, dun, dun, dun. Like, it's a really catchy album. It's just, again, now when you know what the fucking album was about, I don't have a TikTok account. I don't use TikTok. Also, Jamil, you can post in normal chat. I am reading it. I'm just reading it much slower because there's so many freaking comments in it. I only welcome fan in my workplace if they spin. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. What's a VTech laptop? What is Google? Complaining about cancel culture today is disarming the little guy. No, cancel culture is not about the little guy versus the big guy. I think that a lot of people are going to have to be responsible and accountable for the bad decisions they make and the bad things that they say. I would let people decide that. Like with Kevin Spacey. Let people decide if they don't want to watch season 6 of House of Cards if Kevin Spacey's in it. Like, I don't mind him being held accountable and responsible. If nobody wants to watch season 6 of House of Cards because they hate Kevin Spacey after that news comes out, let them decide for themselves. The people working there saying, let's write Kevin Spacey out of the show in the shittiest way humanly possible to virtue signal that we care about this issue, that sucks. Baldwin should have known or not been trusted with a gun if he is that dumb. I don't know what that's like on a movie set. Like, if I'm handed a gun on a movie set, I would feel paranoid. I'd honestly be probably that dude that shoots at the floor constantly before I actually point it at a person and shoot, because I'd feel weird actually having a real gun in my hand. And I feel weird trusting somebody else to know that this gun is not loaded with a real bullet. Thank you for the words. I'm feeling like an imposter. I get it. I'm self-employed with health issues. Feels like employment is only for the healthy. Or self-employment is only for the healthy. I don't think self-employment is only for the healthy. I think it's for people who are willing to torture themselves a little bit to not have to work for somebody else.
Robust.
The internet is the most valuable and underrated human achievement. Thanks to it, I've repaired things at home, upkeep my own car, and know how to distill radioactive elements from kitchen ingredients. See, the first two I've experienced on the internet. The third, radioactive elements from kitchen ingredients? What? Okay, that's a little weird. That's strange. Good prank, you have to admit. Yeah. Sounds like the guy might have just been autistic. Maybe, I don't know. Either way, I don't enjoy those interactions at all.
Robust.
People talk that personally. Any opinions on Facebook's VR headset solution? I don't care about VR headsets at all. I'm not excited by it at all. It's one of those things that everybody kind of dreamed of when we were kids, and now that it's arrived, nobody really seems to care. Core functionality is reportedly blocked. Huh? Let me see. If users violate Facebook's TOS, terms of service. I try to avoid spending money with companies like Facebook altogether. I don't want to touch stuff like that. Paul Daniels is here. Everybody say hello to Mr. Paul Daniels. SB from Wisconsin. Thanks for showing me New York City. I've always been infatuated. More travel. Thank you, Sean. Shout out to the good folks of Brookfield, Wisconsin as well. I think I'm dead. Or just tired. Or a combination of them. Opinions on House. I enjoyed that show. I like that show. I think watching House is kind of what inspired me to want to get better at motherboard repair in general. I always wanted to be a house at something. I just didn't know what it was. I think for a short period of time I was the house of MacBook component level board repair. Gets banned for saying N-word. That's cancel culture. I don't think that's cancel culture as much as just banning somebody for being a cunt. Do you have any comments on the so-called greenie shortage? There's a greenie shortage because Mr. Clinton has been taking part in the labor shortage and not showing up to the streams as often. I think if you use the N-word in the wrong way, you're probably kind of being a cunt, and if you get banned for stuff like that, Like if I banned someone from my server because they use the N-word, is that cancel culture or me just saying you're a cunt and I don't want you here? I think it would be the latter.
Robust.
Does it worry you that there are people that take what you say as their wisdom? That there are people who will blindly listen to you? I don't worry about that, to be honest with you. I think one of the core tenets of this channel is that you should not worship any individual or viewpoint. I use the word ideological possession a lot, and I want people to think for themselves. I want to encourage people to think for themselves. The reality of the world when you have as many subscribers as I do is that with 1.6 million people, is bound. I don't know what thorium is. I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry. I appreciate the 5 BGNs, but I don't know what that is. With 1.6 million subscribers, there's bound to be a couple of people that blindly follow anything I say. The same way that there are some people that for 5 years have blindly left a really shitty, mean, negative comment on every single video I do. They never unsubscribe. They just stay for 5 years to leave a shitty comment on everything I do. But the flip side of that are people that believe everything I say and that think everything I say and try to copy me as much as possible because they don't have their own identity.
Robust.
And that's just the reality of the world. Like, there's a lot of people here, and there's bound to be some people that just don't think for themselves. I'm self-employed too, but I keep my rates high, 200, 600 a day, living easy life with no stress or headache. Well, I guess that's doubt. I guess keeping your rates high is one way to lead a less stressful life. Good for you for being able to figure that out. That would explain why you're able to give so much money. Also, stop giving me money. Use the normal plain chat. I don't drink coffee. I don't like caffeine. What is the best fast food pizza? Trick question. There's no such thing as good pizza. Too many carbs. Not good for you. I don't like food with too many carbs.
Robust.
R. Kelly got pinched because of money. Was it money or was it like the peeing on people thing? I think it was the peeing on people. Let's see. Aaliyah had a few bangers. Yeah, I agree. Even a New Yorker knows about basic gun safety, yet a Hollywood creator doesn't. I don't know. I don't think I understand gun safety. But one of the things is that because I don't understand gun safety, I don't utilize firearms or put myself in a situation where I touch or use them. But I would like to take a firearm safety course before I live in a state where they're legal, because I do want to have a firearm one day, but I want to take a course on it so I learn. The best wired headphones under $50 would be a used set of Grotto SR60s. Worst piece of advice anybody ever gave you? You won't change the world through computer repair. Dr. Brendan, 2012. Best piece of advice anybody ever gave me? Roy Hendrickson. There's nothing college can teach you that you can't learn yourself if you really want to learn it.
Robust.
That was Mr. Clinton purring, and he is so cute. He's adorable. Yo, I'm from Brookfield. Shout out to J-Man from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Shout out to Brixen98 Moto from Brookfield, Wisconsin.
Robust.
Would you ever consider reprinting a Schematics or Die t-shirt? Yes. But the problem for that is that people expect the money for that to go to the nonprofit, not my personal company, which means starting up and spinning up an entirely new online store with an entirely different merchant services account with an entirely different t-shirt website, which is why that's been sitting in the
robust.
Sitting in the later pile. Like, to just buy the shirt and sell it using my current online store, QuickBooks system, and merchant services, I could. But people would think I'm embezzling if I sell that shirt now with the nonprofit that I started and took the money and put it to my repair shop. So I got to set up all that shit from scratch, which is why it's kind of been sitting on the wayside. What's one of your favorite moments in your business history? The CBC News piece. Uploading the CBC News piece video to my YouTube channel. I know this sounds retarded, but I was actually jumping up and down in my kitchen. I was actually jumping up and down in my kitchen going, yes, yes, yes. Because for years, people were telling my customers, whether it's the Genius Bar, Apple Tech Support, or authorized places, I think homesteading is cool. It's just not something that I think would be for me. But I think it's cool. I watch the American Homestead from time to time. He's commented on my channel, and I've commented on him, and I respect what he's doing, and I hope the best for him. I know that recently his wife passed away, and I hope I wish him and his family the best in dealing with that type of difficult time. But he seems like a good dude, and I learned a lot about homesteading from watching his channel. And I respect what he does, I just don't think it's something that I'd be able to do. I was in the middle of answering something when something else got answered. If you were to make $3 million or something from cryptocurrency, what would you do? Probably YOLO it back into cryptocurrency again until I turn the $3 million into zero. I'm being honest with myself. If I made $3 million in cryptocurrency, I'd probably YOLO it into more cryptocurrency, and rather than take out the $3 million, pay my capital gains, have $1.5 million in the bank, put it into some stable boomer investment, and have $50,000 a year in dividends for the rest of my life with $1.5 million in principal, I'd probably YOLO it and be back to zero. Just being honest with myself. I know my personality. I know who I am. I know what I would do. I'd fuck it up. I hate myself for it, but I'd fuck it up. One of my favorite moments in business history was that, because when I uploaded that CBC video, I knew the tide was turning. It wasn't that particular video that was doing it, but that idea that unauthorized repair is going to destroy your device. Unauthorized repair is suspect. Unauthorized repair is scary. Unauthorized repair is a scammer. I knew that we were finally done pushing that boulder up the hill of convincing people that we were legitimate, and we were at the point of pushing it down the hill. When that CBC News piece came out, I realized that, again, that wasn't the end. That was really, it was the end of being on the losing end of that battle, of convincing the world that unauthorized repair is a good thing. So, yeah, when I was uploading that CBC News piece video at the end of 2018, I was literally jumping up and down my kitchen. I'm not going to lie. I was like, I was so fucking excited and happy. I was scared about that piece too, because I thought I was going to get dead PCH, missing PM sleep S5L, short inside the board, and look like a total fucking idiot. But that piece was awesome because, again, the thing that was beautiful about that piece is this. Unlike a lot of news, that wasn't staged. That wasn't staged. I told them, find a random machine, bring it to them, bring it to me. The story will write itself. CBC News initially wanted to write a very scripted piece, very scripted, very boring. They said, we want to talk about how Apple is bad at upgrades. And I told them, not only is this really boring, what you want to do, but you're also starting the piece with the conclusion. And I think that a lot of the reason that people don't trust mainstream media and don't trust mainstream news is because when they do a story, they start with the conclusion. How about you start with a question? How would Apple handle a repair versus an independent service center? And then you let the story write itself. It may not be the conclusion that you want. It may not end up being an interesting piece, but it'll be honest. And that's something that people don't expect nowadays. Now, when I did that, I was opening myself up to the possibility that it humiliates me, that it embarrasses me, that maybe this is going to be something where Apple does a flat rate board repair for $298, and I tell the customer that I have to replace the CPU and the PCH and it'll be $600. Maybe I'll look like a ripoff. Maybe I'll look stupid because they're filming me live and I don't know how to figure it out. But that wasn't what happened. What happened was they tried to tell the customer they needed a screen, a top case, and a motherboard when there was a bent pin in the fucking screen cable. And the worst case scenario was replacing a screen cable for $75 to $150, and the best case scenario was, me just bending the pin back. Apple didn't look bad because I made them look bad. Apple made themselves look bad. And what pisses me off the most about that video is how many people will say that I staged it, this, that, and the other. CBC News called me and literally said, quote, we want to do a piece on how Apple is bad with upgrades. And I tell them why that's lame. I said, you need to give Apple a chance. Give Apple a chance. Tell people the truth. Bring them a computer. See what they say about that broken computer. See what I say about it. Grab a broken computer from whatever. I'm sure you have one in your office. I'm sure you could buy one or find one on Craigslist or eBay. I went out of my way to get CBC News to give Apple a chance when they did not want to give Apple a chance. And in that video, when all the comments, I get credit on r/Apple for creating a, quote, bias video. It pisses me the fuck off. But I was incredibly happy when that video came out because it meant that I'm no longer pushing this boulder up a hill anymore. I'm actually pushing it down the other way. That was the moment in which people started to trust this more. That was also the moment that led to me wanting to move to a new store, which was one of the worst financial decisions that I've made over the past 10 years. So I don't know if that was a great accomplishment. Like, it was great for what it did to business, but it also was the precursor to the worst financial decision that I've made in 10 years. So I don't know how I feel about that. I still kick myself like nonstop over that. How do you find effective lobbyists' right to repair with so many politicians being ignorant? What you do is you ask the people who co-sponsored the bill who should be the lobbyists. So, if there's a politician who's willing to co-sponsor a bill, I'll say, who do you think would be a good person to have in our corner to get everybody else in the legislature on the same page? And they'll give me a list, or they'll tell me people, and then I'll interview those people and have conversations with them to figure out what they know, what they don't know, and whether or not they're a good fit. It really helps to actually ask them. It's not going to hurt, at least.
Robust.
So your post about 1.5 million dream home. I don't say this, but there's no reason why you can't have a home like that someday. Aim high and have no shame. Thanks for the help. I don't know if I have a lot of shame, but I don't think I don't have a lot of shame. But I don't know. That home is also 1.9 million. I think it's worth maybe 6 or 700K at best. I would give that home a Kevin Samuels average at best. But it's $1.9 million because of the bloated crap right now. I could have been more careful. I could have done a short-term lease of a smaller second location that I just used for the overflow and repairs rather than moving my entire place and upgrading it. And if I'm being honest with myself, a lot of it was the hubris of wanting to. A lot of that was the hubris of wanting to have a nice place. I'll be honest with you. I was just tired of working out of a shithole. I could have worked out of a shithole. Every other repair shop in this area works out of a shithole. Kevin Samuels is a scoundrel. Everybody's a scoundrel. Everybody hates everybody on the internet. It doesn't really matter who I mention, whether it's a political commentator, social commentator, comedian. You're going to hate everybody. There's 1.6 million people watching, so I can't really take that to heart or really care. There's going to be somebody who hates everybody, so it's useless to even read it, to be honest with you. I can't believe he does a members-only chat that's so greedy. I know, it's almost like those people that are that are therapists and they only speak to people that pay them. It's so greedy. When did everybody become a communist? I don't get it. To be clear, I don't have a much members only chat here, but I don't know. Everybody's obsessed with the greed of others, but I sincerely doubt they hold themselves to the same standards. I don't even like Kevin Samuels that much. I've literally seen 2 videos that guy ever did, but my God. Anyway, what was I saying? The moving. Yeah, I could have. I didn't have to make the place a nice place. I had this idea in my head. I had this hubristic idea of working out of a nice office, and I haven't earned a nice office. I didn't earn it. I earned having a semi-shithole split system office that would have been safer. I would have saved about $100,000 or $150,000 in the long term doing things that way, and I didn't. What I did is I said I want to have something be perfect. I ignored my advice. I could have said I could have had my normal office and I could have had an overflow office. And I could have not cared what the overflow office looked like. I could have paid a few $1,000 extra. Advice for finding a skill worth learning. That's too general a question. I apologize. I don't have an answer to that. That's way too general a question. Finding a skill worth learning? I mean, find what people need. What do people in your area need? What's something that you've needed over the course of your life that you constantly think to yourself, why does this suck? Why is this so expensive? Why does everybody doing this particular thing suck? And then start. So, for instance, Steve has told me that I should become a realtor. Steve has seriously come to me several times and said, why don't we become New York City realtors? Seriously, people value us for our honesty. Like, we repair things, but the reality is what people are here for is we look at corrupt systems, we point out what's corrupt about them, we show how to do things in a non-corrupt way, and we prove that it's doable. Why don't we do what we did with component level board repair and apply that to New York real estate? And, sometimes I think about that. Sometimes I think about what he said. Like, find what are other people doing shittily, and why can you do it? What was I saying? But back to the other thing. What I could have done is I could have opened a small office. I could have not given a shit about having all my employees in one location, and I could have not given a crap what it looked like. And then when the pandemic happened, I could have said, okay, I'm out. I have a month-to-month lease or something like that. And not put effort into renovating it. I would have easily saved $100,000 to $200,000. That $100,000 to $200,000, I could have saved $100,000 to $200,000. That $100,000 to $200,000 could have been in my pocket, and that $100,000 to $200,000 could have went towards a number of different things. So I am can I control the fact that COVID occurred? No. But I could have prepared for an event like it better by sticking to my roots and staying conservative in my expansion practices for my business. But I didn't want to. The shit got to my head. I thought, I have 1 million subscribers. I'm famous. Lots of people know who I am. I should have a real store. My employees should actually be able to walk around without having to fucking suck their gut in to go around each other. Steve shouldn't have to work behind a garbage can to the point where when people throw things away, he has to close the clean room bench so that shit doesn't get inside of it. I wanted to have a nicer place. I got there was hubris. I got a little bit greedy. And I got greedy and I got fucked. And it is what it is. It is what it is. I got greedy. I wanted to reach for the stars. I got fucked. Like, again, can I control COVID? No. Can I control having a business that is more fiscally conservative so that when something happens, I'm less fucked? 100%. You can't prepare for a government scandal, but you can prepare for an unknown future, and you can prepare for an uncertain future by taking moves that are small and calculated rather than YOLOing, Leroy Jenkinsing it, and saying, I want a nice place, and I want to renovate it, and I want it to be perfect. I knew what I was doing at the time, and I knew it was probably going to fuck me, and I did it anyway. And I deserve the consequences for it. And if my business doesn't survive as a result of it, I 100% deserve that consequence. I 100% deserve that consequence. I refuse to blame the pandemic, and I refuse to blame everything else for my own personal hubris. Did it contribute to it? Yes, but what it did is it revealed my own hubris for what it was, a bad decision made by a bad business owner. XD for $10. If you looked at the new MacBook Pro with M1 chips, any comment? I don't care about the new one at all. I don't look at new MacBooks, and I actually have a video on this. Let me get it for you. I have a specific video on new MacBooks, and I post this every time a new MacBook comes out. I don't look at new MacBooks usually for the first year after they come out. I have no access to parts, schematics, or diagrams. And I'm a repair person, not a reviewer, so what do I care? Like, really, what do I care? I fix these machines. I'm not a reviewer. I don't get excited about new items. I don't fap to the new screen resolution or whatever. I work on them to fix them. And new machines, I can't fix. I can't buy a screen for that. I can't buy a keyboard to it. I can't buy chips to it. I can't buy jack shit to it. So what am I going to do if somebody brings it for repair? Stare at it? It sucks, but it is what it is. And new machines coming out are a constant reminder of the fact that I'm not able to get access to anything I need to do my job after fucking 10 years or 12 years of being in this industry. And it's highly depressing. So I actually avoid that. I specifically avoid... You're not sitting on my mouse. Oh, get the hell out of here. No, you're not sitting on the mouse. GTFO. Go, cat.
Robust.
What router do you use at home? Whatever the hell Verizon Fios gives you at default. And what is my network topology like? A Cat6 cable from the router to my computer. That's my home network. I have one computer on my home network, which is this. And that's about that. It's sad if you think you deserve to be punished for making mistakes. Oh, and it's not about deserve. It's what you earn. It's not what you deserve is pointless. You deserve what you earn. Nothing less, nothing more. Like, you can say you deserve something good or you deserve something bad, but what you think you deserve is completely fucking irrelevant to reality. You deserve what you earn. And what I earned is what I get. I could have made more conservative decisions based on what was in my bank account, based on my business experience, and based on what I know I need. And rather than make decisions based on that, I made decisions based on my head getting big and thinking that I was, what's the word I'm looking for? And I made decisions based on wanting shit to be nicer than it needed to be. And I got what I earned. It's not about what you deserve. It's not about sad or happy, deserve, or the rest of it. You should spend more time learning YouTube Shorts and TikToks. Yeah, but I fucking hate making those, honestly. Like, I have to script it, and like, it wouldn't be real. Like, again, my content, whether my content is good or bad, whether you like me or hate me, what I post is an honest representation of what I think and feel in the moment and how I express myself. And if I were to start compressing my stuff into highly scripted 20-second content, it wouldn't be the same. Like, it just wouldn't be the same. It would be fake. And I don't want to make fake content. I don't want to make bullshit. You know what? My content may suck, but my content is an honest representation of who I am and what I think and feel at the time. When I make content that is 2 minutes long, it's because I was able to get that particular point across in 2 minutes. Do new gadgets or gizmos excite you? Yeah, like, again, do new electric motors for bikes excite me? Yes. Does the idea of new battery technology excite me? Absolutely. Am I excited by a phone that has a smaller bezel than last year's or one more camera? Fucking not at all. Not at all. It's boring as hell. If I started doing TikTok, this would feel like work. If this became a job, I'd probably stop doing it. This is my escape from work. It's not my work. I was depressed when I came here, and you've really helped me to see that I'm not the only one. I was hoping that I was going to say, and now I'm no longer depressed. Now you just realize you're not alone. Thank you, Freaknik 2009. Are you excited by a new phone with a headphone jack? I am not excited when I get back what I lost. Stop repeating yourself. If I see you copy and paste the same comment 3 times in a minute, you're out of here. That is so annoying. Let's see. I'm behind in chat, and it doesn't help. He is killing his own chat/community. I don't get it. I don't know what that refers to.
Robust.
Is it true that the Humane Society of New York has an open case against you for failure to provide greenies? Mr. Clinton, if you don't show up in the chair, you're not going to get any fucking greenies. And you're not going to get other people to give you money. You're not going to trick other people into giving you greenies by tricking them into pretending that they're you and giving me money. Have you thought about moving to another state? You know, from time to time I have. Any thoughts on the new DMCA exemptions that supposedly allow access for firmware for purpose of repair?
Robust.
It's a step forward, and it's like a pushing back against the tide for a short moment before the wave just comes through and drowns us all. Right to own, repair solved. New York City real estate solved. Oreo begging for extra food solved. What's next? I haven't solved any of those problems. I think I've made more people aware to them. Blackberry, are you really biting my arm?
Robust.
You're gonna bite my arm? You're really going to bite my arm, Barry? Does your old store still hold the beloved used Bafang's window dressing? Yes, it has 3 burnt out Bafangs in the window. You can even see the broken coils if you go by. If you moved to another state, would you still do New York City videos? Honestly, I may just come by just for the hell of it. Yes. Yes, I would think I would take an interest in what was going on with my old city. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. Useless cunty troll.
Robust.
It's interesting that you have as many right-wing NPCs as left-wing NPCs in my chat from time to time. Okay, next. What was I? I want great things instead of good things because that's the standard I hold myself to. I know you can do it. Oh, thank you, Moises. By the way, this is Blackberry over here. Can you not comment on the repairability? Nope. Can't comment on the repairability of any new Apple product until about a year or 2 after it's out because that's how long it takes for me to get parts to them. It takes a long time to get parts to any Apple computer. I can't comment on repairability usually for 1 or 2 years. Please be sweet to Blackberry. She keeps trying to get your attention. Yeah, she is. By biting my arm. That's not a sweet way to get attention. What are you ranting about? I don't remember. The comment was from 256. I think that was 6 rants ago. I've been really bad when it comes to my health, but I got on the keto wagon.
Robust.
Avg? I can't believe how much better I feel. I don't know what Avg means. I think that's some Gen Z language that the kids these days use. I don't know what Avg is, but I am glad. Yeah, I've been eating a lot less carbs myself, and I've been much better off for it. Erica was the one that encouraged me to do keto, and I am happy with it. I don't know. I can't deal with the acronyms. I like my framework laptop, Squirrel. Have you tried to rent your old store again? I actually called them, but I never heard back. And I don't expect to, because I called them a slumlord on a fucking 1 million subscriber YouTube channel, so I can't expect that. But admittedly, it did take them months to actually get heat set up, and they never answered us about air conditioning or heat, so I don't really feel that bad. I was willing to pay $15,000 to get my own installed. Where do you see yourself if COVID never happened? $200,000 to $300,000 richer, less stress, less gray hair, more successful. I see you still aren't using a large diaphragm mic. So what are you using? This is an Audio-Technica AE5400 that I got used on eBay for about $100. It uses a very similar, if not the same capsule as the Audio-Technica 4050, which I used to use before it died. I don't have any thoughts on Tesla because I've answered that question 1,000 times, unfortunately. And I can't answer the same question too many times in one stream because I start to feel like a robot. Who sucks more, UPS or FedEx? UPS stole from me. UPS had an employee that stole a phone from us. The package was open and ripped, and we told him that we can't accept it and we can't sign for it because it's ripped. And he actually faked Steve's signature and said that it was scanned in. So Steve took his picture, and he looked guilty as hell. He was an absolute piece of shit. So UPS has stolen from us before and stolen from our customers. So I would say that I trust, again, this is all anecdotal. It really does. It's not like them as a company or worse. It's just it comes down to the pieces of shit that work in your area. But in our area, UPS had stolen from us. So I typically tell customers to avoid using UPS when sending us things because they're thieves and they won't take accountability for when they do that. I don't mean losing a package. I mean they open why would you do that? I mean, why would you fake Steve's signature? Like Steve specifically said, I cannot sign for this because there's nothing in the envelope. Like he left us an envelope. It was clearly ripped open with no phone inside the box. And this is for a data recovery too. So I feel really bad. It's like, listen, the phone was broken. It's not even worth anything to you. It was an iPhone 5, a fucking iPhone 5 in 2019. What's that thing worth? Like $60, $70? An iPhone 5 in 2019? So we, when we told the guy we can't sign for this, he looked at us really nervously and then he faked Steve's signature because in the tracking number you could see the signature. Okay, you may be a mod and you may be my thumbnail person, but you're not my dad, and you're going to get timed out for trying to be my dad there. You may be a mod, but you're not my dad. There you go. You get timed out for 5 minutes. See, I have it against UPS for that. I'm never going to forget that. And instead of just saying, okay, this was lost, we'll deal with it, he faked Steve's signature, which makes me wonder if he had stolen the device to begin with. I don't know what DPC latency is because I don't understand acronyms. I don't do acronyms at 3 a.m. I don't do acronyms at 3 a.m. Isn't it overall bad to try to ignore the outside issues that caused it? Caused what? Better for improving the right things and not getting unnecessarily down. I don't know what you're talking about. If Tim Cook invites you to his home to see his art gallery, would you say yes? if I had a chaperone to act as security. What are your thoughts on the Australia lockdowns? I do not want to live in an area where they have those lockdowns and they are supported by a majority of the people. And wherever I move to, wherever I decide to put down roots and set down my life going into the future, I would like it to be a place that values freedom over lockdowns a year and a half into COVID. I think that there is a part of this social contract that's going to kind of get rewritten over the next few years. Let's see. I think the U.S. is eventually going to self-segregate along the lines of this. Your freedom begins where hospitals running over capacity ends. I think there's going to be a renegotiating of the social contract whereby people who have different opinions on these matters are going to find themselves in different areas. And I think it's a good question going forward if we're going to have a social contract. Does your freedom to open your business or live your life or go to work end when hospital capacity ends? And to what extent should your freedom end? To what extent will we weigh variables such as mental health, economic damage, inflation, hyperinflation, quality of life for the many people who will not die or have long-lasting side effects against the chance of decreasing illness or death for those who are less healthy? I think opinions on these issues are going to differ very greatly, and I think they're going to differ to the point where it's difficult, if not impossible, to share laws and borders and a culture, and it's too important an element of the social contract to be overlooked. I tend to, again, I think it's obvious where I lean. I'm not anti-vaccine. I got vaccinated. I was not anti-mask in the beginning, and I really am not against taking basic common sense measures in the very beginning of a pandemic to delay it or to try and deal with shit. But like, we're in the end of 2021 at this point. Like, if we're still doing this lockdown shit, then it's just never gonna fucking end. So I'm really, really against any sort of serious restrictions at this point in time. Greetings from Germany. You have many fans here, at least where I worked. Love the videos where you drive around and talk about topics, kind of like a podcast. Listen to while coding. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the kind comment. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much for that comment. Let's see. I'm hearing a lot of audio pop and it's killing my ears. Well, it's 3 in the morning, so I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with that. I think I got to get a new mic cable. Sorry about that, but yeah, it's about 3:10 a.m., so I'm not going to be putting on my Bob Clear Mountain audio engineering hat at the moment, unfortunately.
Robust.
What expectation do you have for 2023? I have none. I don't know. My expectation is that I live a lower stress lifestyle or that I lose my mind. One or the other. I don't think there's going to be a middle.
Robust.
You feel like we should give more credence to natural immunity? Yes. But realistically speaking, if somebody said instead of a vaccine passport, we need you to carry around a natural immunity passport, would you be any more for it or against it? Because I think that people would be against it as well. If you have to show a vaccine passport to enter a restaurant, would you be opposed to showing a natural immunity passport to enter a restaurant? I think a lot of people would on principle. Lewis, do you know which, if any, of the laptops have OLED screens behind the new Apple Crapbook Pros? Nope. I do admire that Apple always tend to have some of the best screens per dollar spent of the laptops that are out. And I respect them for that. I know the audio's popping. I just don't know how to fix it because it's like 3 in the morning. I'm not going to buy a new audio interface and XLR cable to troubleshoot this at 3 in the morning. That's probably God's way of saying it's time for the stream to end. Have you thought about investing more time into YouTube to grow the channel and revenue? I don't really know how to grow the channel and revenue, honestly. I
Robust,
don't really know what this
robust,
channel
robust.
is. The other day you mentioned a right to repair meeting in Illinois. Is it a public meeting? No, it's a private, it's some conference, electronics reuse conference that I'm going to be at on November 8th and 9th. And I may do a meetup while I'm there if there's time, but I don't know how much time there's going to be. I have to speak, I have to arrange a Massachusetts lobby day that morning and some other crap, and that's going to be a busy day. I'm not going to know if I have time for a meetup. I'd like to. I don't really I don't know what makes this channel tick. I always kind of think tomorrow's going to be the day that I have nothing to say. And then tomorrow something happens and I have something to say and I upload a video. And then sometimes for a week or two, every video that I upload gets 3,000 or 4,000 views. And then next week I record a video of a Subway grate and it gets 8 million views. I don't know what makes this channel tick. I don't know how to, quote, invest more time into the channel because I don't know what people want out of me. I don't really know the direction of working. At my store, I know what to do. I need to fix more boards. Stay at work, figure out more flaws with the machines, find chips, find parts, fix more boards. Post stuff, fix more boards. Fix more boards, get more customers, fix more boards, do more advertising, get more customers, fix more boards. With YouTube, I don't really know. Like, what is the work? Like at work, I know what I need to do. I know the treadmill, so I know what to do to run faster on that treadmill, and I know how to convert running faster on that treadmill into more money, even if I fail at doing it. Audio issues. I can't fix this. It's like literally, it's 3 in the morning. I'm not like gonna, solder a new XLR cable at 3 in the morning. If you want to listen, you can listen. If you don't want to listen, you can come back at a later date. But it's 3 a.m., man. It's 3 a.m., man. I'm not like this. What are you? Yeah. There you go. That's
Robust,
all you get.
robust.
That's all you get. That's all you get. But like, I don't really know what I would do on YouTube to increase the revenue or something of this channel. And honestly, I think the moment that I actually saw YouTube as a revenue generator rather than just an outlet for whatever I'm thinking at the time, that's when it would fail. Like, I think that's when it would actually fail. I believe this channel would fail the moment I started seeing it as a revenue generator rather than just as a way for me to upload what I'm doing for the day. Because it's not labeled like Lewis Rossmann Board Repair, Lewis Rossmann Real Estate, Lewis Rossmann Rants, Lewis Rossmann Right to Repair. It's just labeled Lewis Rossmann. It's labeled me. So it's just, me discussing whatever I think at that particular point in time. Is the cat chewing on the cable? It's very likely. You never know. You seem to have fixed the audio popping. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. And then I smacked it. The billionaires that make a lot of money from lockdowns happen on the news outlets that push the false lie narrative about lockdowns. There's only one billionaire that I know that I can talk to on I open Signal and I can just directly chat with him about whatever's going on in the world. There's only one billionaire that I know, and he is very anti-lockdown, like beyond anti-lockdown. So granted, obviously I'm working with a sample size of one, but I don't think there's a lot of billionaires out there that are really excited about lockdowns. I think that the destabilization of society affects billionaires the worst because they're the ones that have the most to lose. Because when society goes to shit, a dude that's worth $18,000 in a cabin in the woods is not really who everybody's going to go after with a pitchfork. They're going to go after Elon Musk. They're going to go after Jeff Bezos. They're going to go after Bill Gates. They're going to go after Mark Zuckerberg. When society destabilizes and falls down and goes to shit and they tip everything over, the first people that are going to get, spiked with the pitchfork are going to be the rich people, not you and me. Like, again, if I have a little cabin somewhere in New Hampshire and outside of a pond, I just don't think that when the world destabilizes that everybody's priority is going to be pitchforking me. They're going to pitchfork people that are
robust.
very, very rich. So I don't think rich people really want to see the society become destabilized. Can you fix boards that have M1 chips yet? That depends on what goes wrong with that board. If what goes wrong is a chip I can get, then yes. If what goes wrong is a chip I can't get, then no. Why don't you just set up the t-shirt with a percentage going to right to repair and sell it on the normal page? Because then I would have to do a specific separate bookkeeping account where I go over how many of this specific t-shirt I sold, then document sharing of that revenue with the nonprofit, and that is a clusterfuck in and of itself that I don't want to involve myself with because I have enough bookkeeping clusterfucks, unfortunately, at the moment, including but not limited to being audited by New York State and them requesting 27 different forms of documentation from me to deal with that audit. I don't want to deal with I don't want to deal with another fucking bookkeeping mess. I have enough bookkeeping messes, to be honest with you. Let's see. The great video is now the #1 video. God bless shitposts on the internet. Why make thought-provoking educational content when you can record a fucking Subway grate? I love the grate. The grate is love. The grate is life. Again, I'm working with a billionaire. Again, when we talk about billionaires, I'm working with a sample size of 1. Literally 1. And I wouldn't even call him a friend. I would just call him an acquaintance. I would say acquaintance. But he does not want lockdowns because lockdowns destabilize society, and destabilizing society means people that are worth $1 billion getting their head on a pike. I don't think rich people want their heads on pikes. Investment into YouTube, try to play ball with the algorithm, no 3 videos in a few year span. 3 videos in a short span actually works. I know Linus threw some shade recently saying, I don't know how to use YouTube because I do 3 videos a day. But you get 3 notifications a day, and doing 3 videos in a day a few hours apart is actually when I perform the most. And it's also when my channel makes the most money. I like Signal app. I approve of encryption, and I wish them the best with everything that they're doing. I use the Signal app, and I enjoy it very much. Again, I don't use YouTube with the specific goal of milking as much as humanly possible. If I did, I'd have thumbnails with me doing this. I would milk the fuck out of that. If I was using YouTube as a revenue generator, you'll know that I'm done with my main business when you see me do videos with this as a thumbnail more than once a year. I remember there being one video where I did this and it wasn't even intentional. It just accidentally wound up that way. But once you see me doing 3 thumbnails a week once you see me doing Scotty Kilmer titles or Scotty Kilmer thumbnails, you know I'm done with, you'll know that I'm just looking to milk the fuck out of everything entirely. But yeah, 3 videos, if I do 1 video a day, I actually lose engagement with people. When I post 2 or 3 things a day, it hits. If I really wanted to milk the crap out of it, what I would do is a real estate video, right to repair, news video, repair video each day. I would just hit it real estate video at 1 o'clock, news video at 4 o'clock, repair video at 7 o'clock. If I really gave a fuck, that is actually that's the most profitable combo. It's just I don't want to think of shit in that terms. I feel sick when I honestly go through my analytics and think, what is the best way possible to milk it? Because I want to make content that I like. I don't want to alter my content according to what just solely what's going to make the most money. I actually want to like what I do. Because if I don't like what I do, and I know other people like it, that actually makes me hate what I make, and I don't want to do that. But different channels work in different ways. What works for Linus is not necessarily going to be what works for me. I find that posting 1 video a day actually leaves quite a bit on the table versus posting 2 or 3. I don't post 2 or 3 videos a day just because they make money. I post 2 or 3 videos a day because I just enjoy making videos on random shit that I see. I have a small attention span, and I like I read the news and then I throw stuff at my monitor and then I share my thoughts with all of you. That's kind of the idea. What do you think about Thomas Sowell? I read basic economics in high school, and I read Discrimination and Disparities and this other book, I forget the name of it, a few years ago. This is a kitty. I got my cats off Craigslist where you're supposed to get a cat. They were free. Do you think we'll see Xbox lean more towards the way the PC is, or will we see PC move more to locking us away from fixing? I think the latter. I'm a pessimist.
Robust.
Do you think anti-price gouging laws are harmful or helpful? Harmful. If a store is price gouging, how do I put this? If some place is charging more money for something during a time of high demand, it's going to ensure that the people that are getting it are people that actually need it, rather than just every single person going to the store and buying more than they need. If a store sees that, like what I used to do is I used to raise the price of screens, not because I was an evil, greedy capitalist, but because if I usually have 900 of something and then I only have 9 left, I'm going to be out of stock by the end of the day anyway. If I'm going to be out of stock by the end of the day, and I'm going to be out of it, and only 9 of you are going to get this, it might as well, A, I make the most money, but more importantly, B, it actually go to the people that really need it. If I raise that price from $30 to $100, the people buying it are going to be the people that actually need it for a repair today that they need to do for a customer, rather than people that are just buying it, quote, just to have it in stock in case. Like a lot of the times when prices go up in times of really high demand or a supply shortage, it's because people actually need that thing really, really badly. And the price going up results in people that don't really need it that much not buying it. But it also results in people going ahead and filling the void. So if prices quadruple on something, let's say the price quadruples on bottled water in an area because of the shortage. Now there's an incentive structure for truckers to drive longer than they usually would, for companies to work overtime to get water to that particular area that wouldn't exist if you put in a price control law. I don't think that price control law is in that manner. I don't think that a price control law in that manner is going to, for short-term price gouging is a good thing. But I do think it makes good political hay, and I do think it makes people say, it makes good political hay, and it makes for a good, populist outrage on the news. I never catch you live. Just think of this as buying you a drink for what you do. Appreciate how real you are. Thank you very much. I don't think I'm that great a person, but I appreciate your $10. Again, when everybody says price gouging during a crisis is shitty. Okay, if you have 1,000 people that are showing up to your store, 1,000 people want to buy something, and you only have 10 of it, you're going to be out of stock anyway. You're going to be out. You're going to be out. If you change the price from $10 to $40, then at least you know the people that are buying it are the people that actually fucking need it, rather than the people that are buying it just so that because it would be, quote, nice to have. A lot of people buy shit because they think it would be, quote, nice to have. And then there are people that are buying it because they actually fucking need it right fucking now. And also the price going up is what's going to send a signal to every other company. Shit. We should probably stay up late so that we can drive stuff to this area. We should probably stay up late producing shit so that we can get stuff to this area. It's not going to really reset itself. Would you apply this logic to the current GPU shortages? No, what I would do is I would use my powers as an evil authoritarian overlord to crash the price of crypto so that everybody sells their GPUs. Have you considered that this channel has been less about right to repair, more about people want to learn life lessons from an honest man? I don't think I'm that honest. No, Oreo is here, but that was 3.5 hours ago. Not being able to afford something doesn't mean you don't need it. Yeah, but you're not going to have it anyway. If there's a shortage, if I have 10 of an item and 1,000 people show up wanting to buy it, I'm not going to have it anyway. The ability to raise the price of it sends the signal to the market to create more of whatever the fuck that thing is so that we can actually sell it. Like, again, it sounds good, like pass a law that says don't price gouge. But, like, if this deli is selling water for like, let's say $100, and, like, they're not going to be able to sell that when you have a deli on every single corner and every single fucking deli is selling water for $1. The only reason that's happening is because of the shortage of it. So fix the shortage. Again, you can make a law saying you can't raise the price of it. Fine. Tell that deli they can only sell it for $1. In 30 seconds, they'll be out of stock and there's no water for anybody. Like, again, it sounds like an easy solution to a problem. Like, I used to do that. Now, obviously not with water, with screens. If I have 2 screens left, I raise the price of it because I only have 2 left. I know they're going to be gone. They're going to be gone anyway, regardless of whether I have the price at $30 or $90. It's not like being evil. I don't have any more supply. When I have 900 of that screen, the price will go back to a price where I'm making $1 a screen. When I have 1 or 2 of that screen left, I'll raise the price to where I make $30 or $50 for the screen. It just doesn't work for a lot of goods. Insulin is price gouged, and the people who can't afford it still need it. I think insulin is different. I think a lot of people, when they're talking about this, they're not talking about medicine. Medicine is obviously a completely fucked market for a number of different reasons. A, the intellectual property laws and patent laws and all this other bullshit that keep people from being able to make generics. That's absolutely fucking disgusting. That's separate. We're talking about something different from when there's a shortage in a store and we're talking about price gouging for water or paper towels or toilet paper. You're talking about a market where what's the word I'm looking for? Where people use intellectual property and patents and all sorts of other trash to be able to price gouge you on medicines that they actually used public government funding and public research to make, but they privately benefit from it. That's separate altogether. I think we're thinking of 2 separate things there. How can we never hear from wealthy families like the Rockefellers? Because you're watching my stream instead? I'm playing the drums on my computer case. I think it's time to get out of here. I am rocking my Vandersteen 3A signatures that I got used. Price gouging is only possible in capitalism, which artificially reduces production so profits emerge. No, not really. There's a lot of cases where things are just actually scarce, whether it's because of a real lack of production, or a destruction of inventory, or a lack of stock, where the increase in price then motivates other companies to get off their ass and actually start investing in making something so that the shortage can actually end, unlike other systems where you'll have a shortage that just continues and continues and continues and continues. Can you confirm or deny the rumors that greenie wages you provide your feline employees are under minimum wage? Oh yeah, I haven't given them shit in greenies. They have not been getting a living wage at all. They haven't. Yeah, my cat does not get a living wage of greenies. You can't even spell my name and you're telling me I don't understand the market. Bro, get rid of the Cheetos, man. There is a big difference between price gouging as just playing demand versus supply, and price gouging is commonly understood as raising prices during a crisis. My head hurts. Looks like he's not up for answering any more unpaid questions. Looks like you're salty because I didn't read your comment. Ouch. Catty. Couldn't be that I'm exhausted at 3:30 in the morning. Much salt. Always salt. Always salt. It's be like Apple. You're expected to abandon it. It also, when it comes to price gouging, it really depends on whether it's a temporary situation based on weird forces that are creating an actual shortage, or a particular or a long-term monopolistic control that results in something not existing. Like, are you talking about where there is a lack of production in a particular area, or a lack of transport to a particular area for a short period of time that results in something not being available, and then as a result results in it costing more in that area, where the free market would actually be able to fix it in a short period of time by reacting to that high price, by having people work overtime in order to make that available? I really have no problem with there being a high price in that situation. Or are you talking about people colluding amongst each other to make the price of something artificially high so that you don't have access to it, so that you're forced to pay for a much more expensive solution, even when the affordable solution is available and the production of it is being kept artificially low to fuck you over? There's a difference between the two. And I don't feel like many people will make a distinction between the two. The only reason companies can price gouge on insulin is because of... Oh, that's suspenseful. That's what I get for... Let me rewind. Is because of government intervention in the markets through intellectual property law. Stephen Kinsella has a good book on intellectual property that I think would be very interesting. I think you guys would enjoy Stephen Kinsella's work on intellectual property. You did choose to stream late, to be fair. I did choose to stream late, but you also chose to leave a cunty comment because I decided to take a 15-second break from reading comments 3.5 hours into a live stream. And you're choosing to be a cunt afterwards, so there's that. What do we have? Rock, salt, rock. Huh? The government tells the farmers to dump the milk so they can say there's a large demand compared to supply. I haven't read up on that, but I did recall that they were creating scarcity in certain types of foods or animals during the Great Depression under FDR, and I wanted to read more about that. Hello, Lewis. Thank you for your videos. I can't always watch them, but I do enjoy them when I watch them. Thank you, Mr. Dev/Random. Dev/Random. Dev/you/Random. Dev/null. Lewis is right about prices. Higher price will be incentive for someone to get in his truck and bring you something you need. Be prepared and don't be needy right away. Price will drop. I agree. There's a part in basic economics about price gouging, and I agree with the chapter in basic economics about price gouging. I'm not an economist, but that book makes more sense than what I would come up with on my own. What about price gouging on tech parts? Is it strict on some parts or is it well managed? Well, that depends. For instance, if there is a shortage of resistors because the resistor factory in China and South Korea, or I don't know, whatever the fuck, shut down because of a tsunami and there's less resistors on the market, creating a, quote, law against price gouging to keep people from price gouging on resistors is asinine because there's a fucking tsunami that happened that raised the prices. Or like hard drives in 2011. What, you had a flood or a storm or some shit like that? Like, was there a, quote, were they, quote, price gouging on hard drives, or was it the result of severe destruction going on in countries where they were produced? You could come up with laws all you want on, quote, price gouging on hard drives. You're not fixing the fucking problem. You're virtue signaling for the camera. Now, if you talk about an agreement where a company goes over to another company and says, hey, if anybody comes here and asks for this, I know you could easily produce this, and I know you have easily produced this for 50 years, but don't. Say that they can only buy it through us. That's different. That's monopolistic control of a market. The two need to be separated from each other. I'm moving back to Tampa, and I'd love to learn from your work spots. Also, I enjoy your videos on how to fix my iPhones 6 and 8. I don't think I've ever done a video fixing an iPhone 6 or an iPhone 8 in my life. But you know what? If you were watching Mark Schaefer, iPad Rehab, Chris Long, or Jason at STS Telecom or Jesse Cruz, and you mistook them for me, I'll take credit for them. I will take credit for them. I'm not a fan of companies that create artificial shortages, but I'm also not a fan of politicians that will oversimplify the issue to make it simply seem like this company is evil when they may actually have a real reason for raising their prices, completely ignoring the supply chain and the basic economics of supply and demand, just in order to not let a crisis go to waste and seem like they're the, quote, hero by denouncing a company for price gouging. It's a sheep because the sheep is honest. Do you agree most Republicans get their asinine ideologies from Trump? Trump doesn't have an ideology. He just makes shit up as he goes along. I think that's why a lot of people who get their opinions from Trump do whatever there's no consistent ideology there. He just kind of makes shit up as he goes along. Okay. Time for this. Making coherent points at nearly 4 a.m. is impressive. I don't feel like I'm being very coherent here. What are the first steps in creating an official business? focusing on the product and service you're offering to a customer, and focusing on the most practical way to offer that service to that customer in the best way possible while making money for yourself. Who cares if you're a real business or an official business or any of that? A real business is a business that does something useful for people. And I have a video on what a real business is from a while back that I think would be handy to you. I'm going to find it and I'm going to post it in the chat. This was one of my first videos that I did on this channel, one of the early day videos, probably video 5 or 6 or something. I'm going to post this because this video is important to me, and I think it makes a point that is highly important to this very day. What did you mean that sheep is honest? I mean exactly what I said and nothing else. I meant that the sheep is honest, and that is that. Trump is a populist. I don't think Trump is a populist. I think he was a fake populist because that was what sells. Trump is a good salesman because what Trump did, he is a New York City billionaire real estate landlord. He's a billionaire landlord, and he managed to appeal to, farmers and middle-class people in Nebraska and Ohio and Indiana and make them think he gave a fuck about them. That's some good fucking salesmanship right there. Like, really good salesmanship. Incredible salesmanship. I don't have that salesmanship. Like, I would love to have that type of salesmanship. I don't have that type of salesmanship or that ability to connect with people. Again, you have to think about it. Why do a lot of people hate people from New York? Because they are they hate them because they are these out-of-touch, rich, billionaire-ish people that look down on the little guy. What do you think Trump would have done to a blue-collar worker in Ohio, a blue-collar worker in Michigan that wanted to go to his $250,000 a year golf course, or that wanted to show up at one of his $30 million condos? Probably wouldn't have given him the time of day, but he managed to craft a personality from scratch that directly appealed to them by saying the right things, by taking part in the proper side of all these different culture wars. He knew how to keep his finger on the pulse of the culture wars to get people excited for him. He was a good fucking salesman. Like, again, him, he's a really, really fucking quality and competent salesperson. Now, a lot of people say he's an idiot. He's not an idiot. Even when he says something that's wrong, Trump's a fucking genius. I mean, like, think about it. People in middle America, they look at like New York City billionaires and they're like, just get the fuck out of here. I don't want anything to do with these people. This is a New York City billionaire that came down from his ivory tower as a billionaire landlord of all the things. Again, he's not a billionaire farmer. He's not a billionaire from being a mechanic. He's a billionaire fucking real estate landlord and convinced all the blue collar people that he's, quote, one of us. That's fucking genius salesmanship right there. Like, that's not just used car salesman. That's fucking genius level salesmanship right there. Guy may not be a scientist. He may not, he may not read his briefings. He may not pay attention to a lot of shit in the world, but he's a fucking salesman. What is your opinion of Richard Stallman? I think that he seems like a guy that has a really Asperger's-ish dedication to his values. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. It depends on the person that you ask. I think it depends on the person that you ask. Trump says whatever it takes to get elected. Yes. Trump also noticed that there were a lot of aggravations that conservatives had in America. I think that he noticed that a lot of conservatives were tired of losing. I think Trump noticed that a lot of conservatives were tired of being beat up by the media. I think Trump realized that a lot of conservatives noticed that conservative politicians were afraid to say things as they saw it because they were afraid of being seen as mean or a bully. And he just said, this is my opportunity. He saw a $1,000 bill on the floor. I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to pick up a baseball bat, and I'm just going to take it to all the people that are fucking with or looking down on, quote, on this group of people. And they're going to love me for it. And it kind of worked. I mean, it worked for him. But the thing is, I think at some point that shit went too far. Like, you're tweeting about people's faces bleeding and shit, and, like, he kind of treated running the country like a meme. It was kind of like if like a 4chan version of your crazy uncle was running the country. And I think people realized that once they were a little too invested in him. If you had to start over, what trade would you consider learning? I probably would have become a psychiatrist or a psychologist. A psychiatrist or a psychologist. Yet he implemented populist policies as President of the United States. Like what? Like his tariff policy? Let's talk about President Trump's tariff policy. If you are a new business, you will be paying a 25% tariff on things you import from China. If you are an existing business, you can apply for a tariff exemption. If you apply for a tariff exemption within a certain period of time after the tariff has been announced, you will be exempt from the tariff, meaning that if you're a seller on Amazon or you're Amazon, you could apply for a tariff exemption so that you pay zero tariff. However, if somebody new wants to come to the market to compete with the incumbent, they will not be applying for that tariff exemption within 45 days or 90 days or 180 days of the tariff coming out because they're a new company, because the tariff already exists. So they are going to pay the full 25% tariff. So when Trump will go out there and talk about the elites and the little guy not being able to get ahead and blah, and it's a rigged system, he actually created a tariff policy that in and of itself was a rigged system. Entirely rigged system, so that if you wanted to start a company competing with an existing company, you would pay a 25% tariff, whereas the incumbent would pay a 0% tariff because of the way the law is written. Very populist policy. He was good at saying shit. Trump is really good at saying things that really made people feel like he was with them, that he understood them, that he understood their aggravations, that he understood what pissed them off, that he understood that they were tired of not being taken seriously, they were tired of being shit on by the media, they were tired of being labeled racist, homophobe, sexist, evil, bigot, horrible, backwards, this, that, and the other, and he punched back, and people liked that. The problem is that again, there's what he says and then there's what he actually fucking does. The way that you type your name is weird. You have numbers in your name and your name doesn't actually make any sense. Quit, Jock, kin me with a 0. That's weird, man. You can't call me weird when you type your name like that. There's a number of different examples that I could give if I wanted to go on all night, but what he says and what he does are two fucking very different things. Trump reversed the outflow of manufacturing. More manufacturing jobs are disappearing under Trump's presidency than under Obama's.
Robust.
Let's not even get started let's not even get started with what happened with Foxconn and all that other crap. That was a joke. Unemployment numbers are bullshit. They get faked under almost every president. Because like that whole shit where they stop including you in the workforce they stop including you as unemployed if you stop looking for work. Like there are so many ways to bullshit those numbers.
Robust.
You have an opinion on the media and the recent Let's Go Brandon incident. I thought Let's Go Brandon was hysterical for the first day. Kind of played out after the full week, and now I can just kind of tell the people that are not cool and got paintball thrown at them in the schoolyard, but when I see people that are still using it now. It's a played out meme at this point. It was funny the first day. I thought it was hysterical when I heard that. That lady reporting on that incident tried so hard. Trump had great criticism regarding the economy being handled when Obama was running. When in office, he did the same thing. I think you're referring to where Trump was criticizing Obama's economy because he said that Obama's economy was not actually that good. Rather, it was just being propped up by artificially low interest rates, and that if interest rates went up, which they should, that the economy would crumble. And I remember reading when Donald Trump was saying that as a candidate and saying, wow, I actually agree with this man. And then I remember when Trump became president and interest rates started to go up, he started criticizing the Federal Reserve and saying that interest rates need to remain low. So candidate Trump accurately assessed what was wrong with the economy, but President Trump wanted to keep the interest rates low because he wanted to keep the alcohol in the punch bowl because he didn't want to be president as the stock market went down. So he accurately prescribed a solution to a problem as a candidate, but then he did not have the balls to stand by what he said as a candidate when he became president, and I found that very interesting. There's a lot. His Twitter is gone, and I'm sure somebody's archived it. I just don't have it available to look through, and it's almost 4 a.m, so fuck if I'm going to spend my time doing this. But I do remember Trump going on and on about what Obama did, and I agreed. I agreed with what he said about the Obama presidency and the economy being propped up by artificially low interest rates. I agree with what candidate Trump said. But when he became president, he turned his back on what he said as a candidate. So when people say Trump is a liar, this, that, and the other, I'm not even going to do fact checks on the specific things he said. I can just point to what Trump tweeted as a candidate and then what Trump said as a president. And to be, like, I don't need to even bother fact checking things. I can literally just say, here's what he said as a candidate. Here's what he said as a president. So he was either bullshitting as a candidate or he was bullshitting as a president. I don't really know. But one of them. But there was a lot of times that he did shit like that. I mean, just none of these people are your heroes. They're really not. Trump is not your hero. Obama is not your hero. Mitt Romney is not your hero. Joe Biden's not your hero. Ron DeSantis is not going to be your hero if he runs for president. None of these fucks are going to be your hero. You missed the entire point about him picking up a $1,000 bill off the floor. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't like Trump as a human being. I don't like Trump as a candidate. I don't like Trump as a president. I thought he was kind of a cunt. But the thing is, I understand why people voted for him, and I don't disrespect people that voted for him blindly. Like, I understand there's a lot of reasons that people voted for him, and it's not just as black and white as they're all bigots, they're all evil, they're all horrible pieces of shit. I'm sure some people that voted for Trump are total pieces of shit. And I'm sure people that voted for Biden are probably pieces of shit. But thank you for what you do. Thinking is keeping me up as well. Thank you, DJ Herb. Holy crap, it's $50. Thank you. But like I don't like Trump as a human being. I don't like him as a politician. But I don't hate the people that vote for him the way that, like in New York City, I think you're supposed to hate everybody that voted for Trump. I don't know. I know people that voted for Trump. I don't hate them. I've taken money to my nonprofit from people that voted for Trump. Like, I guess,
robust.
I don't give a shit. But the executive branch has no authority of changing what the Federal Reserve will do. President can say, and whatever the Fed will do to destabilize the economy. That's not the point, though. We're moving the goalpost here. He said this is what should be done as a candidate. As president, rather than say, I disagree with this group of people are doing in the government, they should be doing my plan so that the economy can do better, he actively asked them to do the opposite of what he asked them to do as a candidate. He doesn't have a say over certain things, but his opinion and what he thought should be done changed from candidate to president, and it was the exact opposite. But I didn't vote in the last election. I couldn't fucking do it. My girlfriend's ballot was stuck in Hawaii because she had the mail-in ballots, and her ballot was in Hawaii. She was going to visit Hawaii, but she didn't because of COVID. So I told my girlfriend that she could use my vote. I didn't vote in the last election. I was too sick. It was just like they both absolutely, both the prospect of me being responsible for placing either of these candidates in office made me sick to my stomach. So I did not vote for either of them. George Carlin has a good feature on voting, and you don't have a right to complain if you don't vote, and blah blah. And George Carlin has a good skit on that I would refer to for how I felt in the last election. I'm not surprised Biden won. Like Trump did as much as he could to destroy his campaign. He worked really hard to destroy his campaign. He made sure that suburban mothers didn't want to vote for him. He made sure that all different types of people that would have voted for him or not gone out to vote for Biden went out to vote for Biden. He, like, you know, but Trump did he could never shut up. He could never think before speaking, and he really did as much as he could to fuck up his campaign. And then at the end, when he lost, he claimed voter fraud like a bitch rather than actually admit it. Because you know that there were people around Trump that wanted to take his phone away. You know that. You know there's people around that said, listen, man, you could probably win this fucking election.
Robust.
The economy is not destroyed. The S&P is higher than it ever was. People are kind of afraid about the riots and all that. Like, you could probably win this election. You just stop saying stupid shit, man. And he couldn't help himself. He had this compulsion to, like, immediately say exactly what came into his head. And it fucked him. It fucked him. It pissed off a lot of people, and it caused a lot of people that never voted before to vote for his opposition. If I get rich, I'll give you a ton of money for right to repair. But now I'm poor, living in Mexico, building, learning, startup. Wish me luck. Thank you. And if you're poor, you don't give me $100. Holy crap, that is very generous and very kind, but I don't deserve it. Like, for instance, my martial arts instructor. My martial arts instructor is 52 years old, and he told me that he has not voted in... my martial arts instructor, he said he has not voted in 34 years. But he voted for Biden because he was that fucking mad at Trump. Like, I know people that have never voted in their life, that always said politics is bullshit, that just said, fuck that dude, I'm voting for the opposite of him just because I hate him. And when I would ask them why they hated him so much, they would tell me. And it was just stupid things that he said, but also the way that he said them, that he didn't need to say them. And then at the end of it, rather than just look back on his campaign and think, you know what, maybe I could have thought for 20 seconds and just been a, quote, politician and thought about whether or not I should have said this in this way or done this in this way, but I couldn't. He didn't have the maturity to realize that if he wants to win an election, that he could spend 20 seconds thinking about what he said to tweak it so he wouldn't come off as a total cunt. And then when he had his fun and he said those things and he did the things that he did and he lost the election, rather than just admit it, he did what he said he was going to do in 2016, which is not admit defeat. Like, he did that in 2016. In 2016, Trump said, like, I'm not going to accept the election if I don't win, blah, 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 fraud, this, all that shit. Like, he literally told you what he was going to do. I mean, he does this shit with the fucking Emmys. And then he did it with the election. Like, there was absolutely no surprise. But, like, if he actually wanted to win the election, he knows what he had to do. Trump knows. Like, deep down inside, he knows what he had to do. He didn't have the fucking discipline to do it. And he deserved to lose because of it. He earned it. You know, I think Trump earned his loss. And even the people here that, and I could see there's a lot of cope in my chat. I mean, I understand that there'll be a lot of cope in my chat. But even, like, if there are people that are hardcore Trump supporters in my chat, you know that from, like, April of last year through October, that there are all of these different areas where he could have modified what he said or did in these minor ways to appeal to a broader base of people. He could have still been brash. He could have still had the policies that he had. He just had to change small things about his presentation, and there would have been massively less people voting for Biden because Biden is boring as hell. Again, progressives have referred to Biden on the news as a, quote, shit sandwich. So let's not, like, it's not like there was a lot of people excited to vote for Biden. They weren't voting for Biden. They were voting against Trump. If you're a really hardcore Trump supporter, I think you know that there are certain areas, like these small areas, where he could have changed what he said just a little bit, just like bit his tongue a little bit, just done this in this area, just to pretend, even if he just pretended to give a fuck, where he would have won the election in a landslide. And he didn't do it because he didn't have the discipline, because he had to be a screaming, crying child and have the excitement and the kick of dopamine of saying this shit right in the moment. And, you know, and he earned it. And
robust.
I also think it's particularly funny that he told everybody during a pandemic when people not, you know, voting via mail is bad and it's going to be fraudulent and blah blah blah. I kind of wonder how much he suppressed suppressed his own people from voting for him. Oh man, I found 2000 funny. I shouldn't say funny. That's the wrong word. just watching him take his, like, Trump just took his campaign, because he, like, even people like Scott Galloway were saying that Trump was probably going to win. Like, people like Scott Galloway, who fucking hate him, very, very progressive, were saying that he was going to, that Trump was going to win. But just watching Trump take a Louisville Slugger to his campaign and just beat it and beat it and beat it taught me a lot of lessons. I learned a lot from Trump. I learned a lot on how to be a better salesman and how to appeal to people and how to identify with people, which I think will help me with Right to Repair moving forward. I learned some things from his campaign. But I also think I learned a lot on how to destroy your own campaign and what I should do to not destroy my campaign by watching him destroy his campaign during most of 2000. I don't really like Biden either. I didn't vote for Biden.
Robust.
But I did not vote for Joe Biden. I thought Joe Biden was going to be a horrible president, and I think in many ways I don't think he is the best of presidents. But that doesn't, just because I dislike Joe Biden doesn't mean that I am going to simp for Trump. Time to scroll. See how many downvotes I got for that. I was nervous when I dropped out of college, but I was excited about my future. You make Trump sound right on voter fraud. Brett Einhorn with the cope. Let's see. I'm about to fall asleep. Are you going to pretend that he's treating remotely fairly by the oligarch press? People supposedly hate elites that they get all their information from them. I think that he got treated pretty badly, but I think he goes. The thing is, he plays this game with the press, and he admits it in a book that he wrote in the Ghost wrote in the late '80s. He doesn't actually write his own books. Like, he says insanely fucked up shit to get attention, and then when he says insanely fucked up shit, the press goes overboard in reporting on it. But like, he rode that to success. That's his strategy. So I don't really think you can complain about how shittily he gets treated when a part of his strategy is to say crazy, insane, fucked up shit to get attention, and then it gets reported in a what's the word I'm looking for here? And then it gets reported in a sensationalist way. I feel like any other candidate than Hillary and Trump wouldn't have won. Any and all other candidate than Trump, Biden wouldn't have won. I voted for Ron Paul in the 2008 and 2012 primary. I actually was semi-excited about the president back then. 2016 happened and I kind of lost hope. And then 2020 happened and I just kind of want to jump off a bridge anytime I think about who to vote for as a president. What do you think about Europe? I don't think about Europe at all. So the guy who can't spend 20 seconds thinking about strategy, is that the guy you want running the military and the nukes? No. I don't know why you put words in my mouth. I said I don't want him as a president. That's kind of lame. It's lame when you put words in people's mouths. You shouldn't do stuff like that. Let's see. Let's see.
Robust.
Thank you, NightDX. Are you blind that you think Trump and Biden had record-breaking votes and that 5 battleground sways stopped counting in the middle of night? Cope
Robust,
with
robust,
all
robust.
caps. All caps cope. Cope more. What are the chances that Trump runs in 2024 and wins? Nah, he had his shot. He shot his shot. He failed. Let Ron DeSantis go. Let Ron DeSantis run in 2024. Or somebody else. I don't see Trump running in 2024. It's kind of selfish of him, to be honest with you. He just had a notch botch the pandemic and he might have won again. You know, it was probably a regret moment when Alex Azar, a Republican by the way, went up to Trump and said, "Hey man, this COVID thing is going to be kind of serious. Can I get $2 billion to handle this, bro?" And the White House said, "No, you only get 500 million." And then like 2 months later, it's like, "Oh shit, COVID was worse than we thought and we fucked it up. Oh shit, man, we need 5 trillion for this CARES Act." And it's like, "Okay, fine." Kind of wonder if they had if again the people inside the administration that were Republicans actually got the $2 billion that they asked for in the early days, maybe that would have saved them from having to spend 5 trillion later on that had considerable inflationary consequences. There's a lot of shit he could have done to handle COVID better. Like again, nobody's gonna have, you can't fucking control a virus, but there's a lot you could do that would make the brunt of it less painful when it finally does come out for a majority of the American people. Without COVID, Trump may have won, but it's not because COVID fucked Trump. It kind of just revealed that he's not good at handling crisis. No politics, you fix computers. How about no chat, you gargle my balls? How about instead of you telling me what to do, I tell you what to do? You don't get to talk in my chat, you just gargle balls. How about you go ahead and do that, Brett? How about you go ahead and do that? No, you...
Robust, robust, robust.
What do you think of minting $1 trillion coin? I kind of wonder if in 10 years that will actually buy you a house in New York City. There's a good chance that $1 trillion coin won't buy you a house in New York City 10 years from now. Okay, time for me to get out of here. I love when people get so offended that they tell you like that. That's like your way of saying shut up and go back into the kitchen. Like, I don't want you talking. You go back in the kitchen. You go back in the kitchen. I have no more arguments. Go away. What a triggered mofo. What a triggered mofo. How about you gargle my balls? What else? How to stop outsourcing from taking over more? That's an excellent question. Let's see. Oh man, I'm behind on chat by 3 minutes. I think I'm going to get back for 3 minutes, and then I'm going to get out of here. How about tariffs that apply to everybody? You know, candidate Trump sounded like he was campaigning for a tariff that applies to everybody. President Trump released a tariff law that was some of the most cronyest shit I've ever heard in my life. I released about a 45-minute video on the tariff situation and how cronyist it was because it affects certain groups and certain incumbent companies different than it affects new companies, and it discourages new companies from going into business. You know, it's the kind of stuff that Thomas Sowell would have discussed in basic economics. A lot of the stuff that Thomas Sowell discussed in basic economics in terms of what's bad for the economy is actually what got implemented with Trump's tariff policy, and that made me very sad, particularly because it affected me and my money. But not just because it affected me and my money, but because it cut directly against what he campaigned for. And the general thoughts of the party. I don't want to consider running for president because I don't feel like having my life destroyed. I do a fine job of destroying my life with my own business decisions, thoughts, and actions. I don't need to run for public office. Let the public finish me off entirely. Will do, mofo. Will do. Request granted. Request granted. How about gas prices? Well, this is an interesting one, and this is one of those things where, again, I really don't like Joe Biden as a president or as a human being, but things are more complicated than what they seem. So last year, most oil companies in the United States bled out of their asshole. In fact, most oil companies in the world bled out of their asshole for two reasons. The first is that there was an oil price war earlier last year where Saudi Arabia absolutely butt-fucked everybody. At the same time that you had very low demand for oil as a result of the pandemic. So since you had no demand for oil, a lot of these, and plus super low oil prices and negative oil prices, thank you, Parashimush, you had a lot of oil companies recognize that they're not going to make any money. So what are oil companies going to do if they're not making any money? One of the things that they're going to do is they're going to stop investing in capital expenditure. And if you read the 10K for a lot of major oil companies, they said that we are not going to be investing in capital expenditure. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on returning capital to shareholders, increasing shareholder value by paying down debt and paying our dividend. They're not going to invest in capital expenditure. Yeah, we could try, Rico. I can't guarantee anything, but that sounds like something that may be up my alley. Anyway, what they did is they dealt with they lowered their capital expenditure. And what does that mean? They're not going to look for new oil. What happens if you don't look for new oil? Well, if you're not looking for more, you're going to produce less. What happens if you produce less? If you produce less, prices all go up. This is combined with the fact that OPEC needed to make up for the money they lost. So many OPEC-producing nations fund their government based on the price of oil. And if you had the oil price go down for a while, well, you're going to need to make up for that. How are you going to make up for that? Create an artificial bullshit shortage, which is what they did. I believe they cut their barrels by a few million barrels or something, and they're increasing it at a rate of 400,000 barrels a month each month. So they decided to decrease the amount of oil being produced because of the shortage and to slowly bring it back up. Now, because they had a time period where oil was negative and they were not making any money, and to balance their books and to balance their spending on their social programs, they need the price of oil to be high, they then created an artificial shortage by cutting their oil production. Cutting oil production is going to raise the price. If you raise the price of oil by cutting production to make up for your losses due to COVID, simultaneously as American oil companies are cutting capital expenditure in order to return value to shareholders, you're going to get a higher gas price. Now, do green energy policies that penalize drilling for oil on federal lands hurt oil companies that want to make oil more plentiful, gas more plentiful, and lower gas prices? Absolutely. But is a lot of why oil prices are high now and gas prices by association something that would have happened even if Trump were president? Yes. These oil companies that were bleeding out the ass last year, adding $10, $20, $30 billion to their debt, if you look at the ExxonMobil 10K, these are companies that would have most certainly cut their capital expenditure, regardless of whether Trump or Biden were president. And Saudi Arabia and Russia and every other, and United Arab Emirates and all these companies that are members of countries that are members of OPEC, they were cutting their production to ensure that the oil price stabilized and went higher so that they could fund the social programs of their countries. They're doing that regardless of whether Trump or Biden is president. Saudi Arabia doesn't care who's the president. They want to make their fucking money back. So the price of oil and gas was going to go up regardless. The third is the obvious one, which is that when you tell everybody for a year and a half they can't fucking go outside, and then everybody is able to get a vaccine and restrictions are lifted, you're going to have a lot of people that go outside all at the same time during OPEC cutting oil production, so prices are going higher because supply is lower, and B, capital expenditure being cut by Chevron, Exxon, ConocoPhillips, and everybody else. So there are many things that have contributed to gas prices being high and oil prices being high. Now, what a lot of people do is they look at the gas price and they look at the current president and they immediately shit on the current president as if the president himself has a little slider on his door and he just sets the gas price like a good little Stalin. But that's not really the way it is. There's so much more that goes into any of this than just who is the president. Now, the president does have rhetoric that is anti-big oil companies. And when you have rhetoric that's against big oil and simultaneously oil prices are going up, doesn't really look good for you. And this is another reason that I'd never want to fucking be a politician. Do you think the average voter is actually weighing OPEC, capital expenditure, supply and demand due to restrictions and everything else when they look at oil prices or gas prices? No. They look at whoever the president is right now and say, let's go Brandon. I don't like Joe Biden. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden is a liar. I think he's a virtue signaler. I think he's a cunt. I don't think he makes a particularly great president. I'm not a big fan of Joe Biden. But for me to blame Joe, to solely say that gas prices and oil prices, the only reason that they are where they are is Joe Biden, and not a mixture of foreign policy and macroeconomic factors, is just like, again, it's just bullshit that I think people tell themselves so that they can feel better about their particular political beliefs. And again, I don't like Joe Biden. I don't vote. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden in 2024. But that doesn't mean that I'm just going to pretend that Joe Biden is the reason that gas prices are insanely expensive at this point, rather than everything else that goes into it. It's an oversimplified explanation that allows people to believe that they understand the world. All right, let's see how many people I pissed off with that one. I probably pissed off a lot of people with that one. People like living in an oversimplified world. Closing off production in certain U.S. lands does not change the fact that Exxon has stated in their 10K, they have stated this publicly, and Chevron, we are limiting capital expenditure to focus on returning value to shareholders because, I'm paraphrasing here, we bled out the ass in 2020. Like, that's in their publicly released documents. That's their private oil companies' admissions. And OPEC cutting production, again, anybody can see what OPEC Plus publicly said that they were cutting production by and why. That was happening regardless of who was president. Okay. Continuing. Now, did some of Biden's policies probably add 5 or 15 cents to gas prices? Sure. Did they add like $1 or $2 to them? No. I imagine Lewis wants to actually focus and do good on the particular issues he cares about. As president, your issue to do that depends on your supporters. Thoughts on unrealized capital gains plan? I think it's insane, and I think that will eventually trickle down to the middle class, and I am against it. You can't tax a fucking unrealized gain. There's always a risk when it comes to capital gains. There's always a risk when you make an investment of losing. So not only do I lose money in the long term if I don't sell at the top, so I have to make money as I pay taxes as it goes up, and I lose money as it goes down? Like, no, that's not how it works. You know, no. I appreciate your honesty. This is the balance. The
Robust.
Just found your channel. Help me out of a dark place. Love said love from Australia. Thank you, Eamon. I appreciate that. Can't believe there's 705 people watching me rant about oil. To be clear, oil, this is not a subject that I really understand greatly. I just read the news from time to time, and I read into things that interest me, but I am not a fucking expert in oil.
Robust.
To be an expert in oil. Oh, UBI I went over earlier in the video, and I can't repeat that entire rant because it was fairly long, and it would also, I don't know where to, I can tell you to rewind it because it is over 4 hours long. 5 minutes to go. Iman, if you copy and paste what you said into normal chat, I'll read it. One of the things that I notice happen is anytime that system doesn't work and I ask someone to copy and paste what they said in normal chat and I'll read it, they never do. So hopefully you do. Iman, if you copy and paste what you said in normal chat, I will read it. Please. I can't troubleshoot that system at 4:25 in the morning. But if you copy and paste what you said into this chat, Iman, everybody ping him right now because he's going to do what everybody usually does here and not say anything. I'm going to ping him. Everybody just ping Iman in the chat and ask him to copy and paste what he put that didn't show up on the screen into the chat so I can read it. Everybody ping Iman right now. Iman, post what you said. We're not going to let you out of here, man. You're going to post what you said. There's no getting out of this. There's no fucking getting out of this. He's going to try to get out of this, isn't he? Yeah, he's not posting what he said. Ah, well, I tried. This always happens. When someone says my comment didn't show up on screen and I tell them post what you said so I can read it, they never say it. Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. All right, I tried. We had like 400 people all ping you at the same time. If that doesn't work, I don't know what will. Okay, you're just trolling me at this point.
Robust.
What do you think Google naming their project to manipulate the ad buying market to Project Bernanke? I haven't read about that, unfortunately. I am sorry. You gave me $1 and I don't have an answer to your question. I don't think that there is any more manipulating left to do with the ad market. I think Google and Facebook own it entirely, and there's very little left outside of Facebook and Google if you want exposure in the internet or the world or real life. Yeah, I had 400 people ping you, man. If you're not going to post what you said, then I give up. I have zero guilt. I put my best effort in there. Oreo is sleeping. Well, what you do, I'm working on open source satellite. Open source is great. More things should be open source. I agree. I think people should still keep pinging Iman. He never posted what he said.
Robust.
He's never going to post it, is he?
Robust.
I live in a beach community in California. I bought my house in 2012 for $349,000, and now my home is worth over $800,000. I feel really bad for all the people that can no longer afford to buy a home because of these crazy prices. It's quite depressing. It is depressing, and I know what's going to happen the moment I buy a house. If I don't buy a house, it will keep going up, and the moment I buy a house, it will crash. I can't click that because it's text on the screen. It's not a clickable URL, and at the time that it will take me to actually type that in, it will be off the screen. Thank you for the $1, but there's nothing I can do with what you've posted there. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Sell high, says Samantha Reed. Samantha, I don't know if... That's the thing. Like, if I were to buy a house right now, it would crash, and if I didn't buy a house right now, it would keep going up, and from now until the end of time. I don't think that this housing market is going to crash, and the reason I don't think it's going to crash is simple. Again, I'm not a financial investment advisor. This is just my opinion. The reason that I think it's not going to crash is because the last time it crashed, what happened was that you had a lot of people buying with 2% down, 3% down, 4% down. And now you have people buying, putting 80% down, 50% down, paying all cash. What do you see in the news? Buyers paying all cash beat me to my house. Well, you don't have a lot of foreclosures when people pay all cash. Most foreclosures are from people that put little money down or were broke. They don't come from, or for people with variable adjustable rate mortgages. Not from fixed rate mortgages and all cash purchases. Hey, Iman's finally here. It only took 1,000 pings. Lewis, I'm going through addiction. I'm 19 and a university student. Send your prayers. I am not very religious, but I will wish you the best of luck. May peace be upon you. May peace be upon you, sir. Addiction is a really hard thing to go through. I've met people that have gone through addictions. I know someone who died of their addiction, and I don't even want to get into something that I had to deal with, but I had to deal with something that almost destroyed me inside. Probably very similar to that I don't want to get into, but I wish you the best of luck. It sucks. Iman did repost and Lewis missed it. I just read what he said. I read what he said, and if that's not it, then I don't know. I don't know why he ignored this for so long. Made it impossible for me to actually read what he said. I got addicted to Lyrica, an anti-anxiety medication I was prescribed. That sucks. Jesus Christ. Addiction is a horrible thing. Addiction really kind of destroys your soul on the inside. Addiction, it takes away your confidence. It takes away your feeling of purpose. It makes you feel like you're unworthy. And the worst part about addiction, I think, is what it steals from you. Like the time that you spend on whatever your addiction is, whether it's gambling, whether it's cocaine, whether it's medication, the time that you don't spend with the people you love doing the things that you need to do that you spend on the addiction, it destroys you. And the way it destroys your confidence, but the way it destroys your the dopamine receptors and everything else in your brain to where you could, so that instead of focusing on the things you're good at and love, you focus on that. And when you go back to the things that you love, you realize that you don't really love them anymore. Like it's a horrible thing, and it's a horrible thing to get over. It's a horrible thing to go through. And I don't know how to talk to somebody else who has a problem with addiction of any kind. I don't know what to tell them that would actually change their life in any way, shape, or form. All I can do is offer you my sympathy. I understand the feeling. I understand how shitty it is. And I understand just how horrible it can be when you don't think that you have any way to dig your way out of it. The one thing that I would tell you is to find someone that you trust, that you care about, and go out on a limb and tell them what's going on with you, and tell them how it's making you feel, and be open with them, and be open to the idea that it may not go well. But you got to tell somebody about it, because if you tell somebody about it, it makes you accountable. And you know that that's not how you want to live your life. You know that you do not want to live your life a slave to this. And I think you know if you're telling a random dude on the internet that it's affecting your life in a bad way and you want help. And the problem with addictions is that the biggest problem is if you don't have people that hold you accountable, then you're going to fall into it further and further and further down a rabbit hole that you can't get out of. It's kind of like quicksand, addictions are kind of like quicksand, once you get to a certain point, there's no pulling you out of it. And you gotta tell people so that there's people around you that can help pull you out of it. Yeah, this goes back to something someone said earlier. What's the best advice you've ever gotten? For me, one of it is, do what's easy to live with, not what's easy to do. And don't do what's easy. Do what's easy to live with. And you need people that are going to hold you accountable so that you don't wind up ruining your life with it. That are gonna. It's hard. Not everybody is going to succeed. Not everybody's going to succeed at it. And I know people that failed at it completely. And some people that failed at it lost their money, lost their livelihoods, lost their spouse, And one person I know lost his life. It's no fun. It's no fun. Okay, I'm out of here. Brian, he didn't misunderstand it. He purposely took it out of context so that he could feign outrage. There's a difference. There's a difference between misunderstanding something and purposely misunderstanding it so that they could feel better about themselves or be holier than thou and say, how dare you say that? He didn't misunderstand it. He knew what the guy was saying, and he chose to purposely take it out of context so that he could make him seem evil. You get a kick of dopamine when you do that, even if in the long term it destroys your soul. All right, time for me to get out of here. It was an interesting live stream. I do believe this is a record. 4 hours and 53 minutes. This is likely the longest live stream that I've ever done. I think this is the longest one. I'm out of here. See you all later. Bye.